Chapter 1245. Are you sure? Little Gold is a third-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. It can probably smash you to pieces with just one hit, Huo Lian said in surprise. Ha, then let's see if it can smash me to pieces, or if I can skin it and make clothes out of it. Yi Xian suddenly showed a confidence he had never shown before. So what if it was a third-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction when it heard Yi Xian's words. It was a capable member of the Tree Demon Alliance, and now it was being looked down upon by a brat who hadn't even reached the fulfillment realm. It couldn't stand it. All right, since you asked for it, then come. Huo Lian nodded her little head and stood on the snow-white bird to watch. One was a 9th-level Nether Passage realm human, and the other was a 3rd-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast. There was a difference of 3 realms. Although heaven-reaching beasts relied on their physique to fight and were weaker than humans of the same level who could use divine arts, the golden-eyed Tiger King could probably defeat a human 3 realms lower than it with a single swipe of its paw. Big golden bug, do it. Yi Xian's true body and avatar held the scarlet flame sword and the blue ice sword respectively as they stared at the golden-eyed Tiger King. Big bug. The golden-eyed Tiger King was furious when it heard this. The great golden-eyed Tiger King was being looked down upon by a human. It couldn't tolerate this, it definitely couldn't. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared loudly as its 2 powerful hind legs kicked off the ground. Its huge body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yi Xian. Big Tiger, you rely on your speed to survive. Since that's the case, then let's try this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he transformed into 2 golden-armored war gods. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! An extremely powerful shockwave swept out. The golden-eyed Tiger King who was about to smash Yi Xian to death was shocked and couldn't stop in time. It was sent flying by the shockwave. Humans were powerful because they could use weapons, true energy, and divine abilities. The ice and fire twin dragon sword formation was learned from the reincarnators Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Using it to deal with a heaven-reaching beast was overkill. Seeing the golden-eyed Tiger King suffer a loss, the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, Huo Lian, was also a little surprised. She directly laid on the head of the snow-white bird, using 2 slender hands to support her chin, and watched with interest. Big Tiger, try this again. Taking advantage of the golden-eyed Tiger King being sent flying, Yi Xian shouted at Yi Hing. Twin Dragon Roar. Hoo hoo hoo. The twin dragon's breath swept out. If this was a real battle, Yi Xian would have used killing intent explosion. But this time, he didn't really want to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King. Huo Lian had evolved from a wood spirit and had no fighting power at all. However, Yi Xian estimated that the snow-white bird beneath her was on the same level as King Shroom. In other words, it was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Moreover, there might be other 4th-level fulfillment realm cultivators nearby. Therefore, if Yi Xian accidentally killed the golden-eyed Tiger King, he would be in serious trouble. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King wasn't too weak. When the twin dragon roar was about to hit its body, it suddenly grew a pair of golden wings and deftly dodged the attack. Holy shit, it has a pair of wings. Yi Xian was shocked. This golden-eyed Tiger King had probably mutated before. Otherwise, why would it become a winged tiger? However, the golden-eyed Tiger King with golden wings was even faster. This is a little tricky, but I don't believe that I can't wear you down. Yi Xian's confidence was still off the charts. A 3rd-level fulfillment realm human expert wouldn't be able to do anything to the golden-eyed Tiger King in a short time. They might even be killed by the golden-eyed Tiger King. But who was Yi Xian? Fusion of ice and fire. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King charging at him and used his ultimate move again. Boom! Another sound wave attack spread and sent the golden-eyed Tiger King flying again. Fortunately, the golden-eyed Tiger King was a heaven-reaching beast and relied on its physique to survive. That was why it was able to survive the two twin dragon roars of ice and fire without taking any damage. Of course, this was also because Yi Xian hadn't used his killing intent. Come on, big tiger. The two Yi Xian suddenly smiled provocatively at the golden-eyed Tiger King. He couldn't catch up to the golden-eyed Tiger King with his speed, but the golden-eyed Tiger King couldn't get close to him either. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life, so he could recover. He just needed to do this a few more times. Even if the golden-eyed Tiger King was a third-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beast, he didn't believe that it wouldn't get a concussion. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't back down. He turned into a bolt of lightning and shot toward Yi Xian again. This time, he was going to smash Yi Xian into pieces. However, Yi Xian didn't want to play anymore. His time was very precious. Merge! When the golden-eyed Tiger King rushed toward him, Yi Xian's true body and avatar suddenly merged into one. His aura instantly increased by 50%. Come on, big tiger. Let's see what you can do to me. Yi Xian looked at the golden-eyed Tiger King with a dark expression. Huo Lian was very surprised to see that Yi Xian had no intention of dodging. One had to know that the golden-eyed Tiger King had a hobby of bumping into people. Yi Xian was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. If he was hit by the golden-eyed Tiger King even once, his body would probably explode. However, Huo Lian didn't say anything when she saw Yi Xian's confident expression. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared and ran headlong into Yi Xian's arms. Crack! Crisp sounds rang out. Yi Xian's bones and innards were instantly blasted apart. Not only that, even his back was cut open. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. A normal person's heart would probably stop after receiving such a heavy blow. However, even if Yi Xian's heart was crushed to pieces, he wouldn't die. Big tiger, I've won this battle. Yi Xian's eyes flashed the moment he was sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana. Whoosh! A cold light flashed. The golden-eyed Tiger King was also sent flying. The Eye of Nirvana was one of Yi Xian's killing moves. It was very sinister. Yi Xian felt that he hadn't used it in a long time, so he tried it out. Looking at the effect, it was pretty good. Huo Lian, who was on the back of the snow-white bird, suddenly widened her eyes. He's dead. The golden-eyed Tiger King's attack was no small matter. Even the tree demon behind it would probably have a big hole in it. Yi Xian had the body of a mere human. If he didn't die, then it would be too outrageous. However, Yi Xian didn't die. Tap tap. Yi Xian, who was sent flying, quickly used his true qi and 10,000 mammoth strength to stabilize himself. Chapter 1246. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's back was completely healed. If it wasn't for his torn clothes and blood, it was as if he hadn't been injured at all. The golden-eyed Tiger King's fur was also very tough. It wasn't damaged by the Eye of Nirvana. Of course, if Yi Xian's killing intent had exploded just now, the golden-eyed Tiger King would have at least lost a large chunk of its flesh. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King stabilized itself and roared in disbelief when it saw that Yi Xian was fine. TSK TSK TSK, you can't kill me. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. The Eye of Eternity had always been his secret. How did this golden-eyed Tiger King know that his weak points were his eyes? Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King didn't believe it. It gathered its courage and prepared to attack again. But at this time, Huo Lian suddenly said, "Little gold, stop. The golden-eyed Tiger King stopped. Although Hua Lian was just a fairy and didn't have any combat strength, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't dare to disobey her. Yi Xian, you are very strong. Even little gold can't do anything to you. I estimate that you are strong enough to fight against the monarch fungi. Hua Lian praised. Now do you believe that if I break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I will have the strength to destroy the great fungi empire? Yi Xian asked. Hua Lian paused and said, if you break through, you do have the strength to do so. However, the great fungi empire has more than one monarch fungi. Also, according to legend, they have a monarch fungi. Monarch fungi. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow when he heard this name. He calculated in his mind. Fungi soldier, captain fungi, general fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi, monarch fungi were equivalent to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, and the 1st to 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. Then, wouldn't the monarch fungi, which was one level higher than monarch fungi, be at the 5th level of the Fulfillment realm? Then, does your Tree Demon Alliance not have anyone in this realm? Yi Xian asked again. No. Hua Lian shook her head and said, in our Tree Demon Alliance, only Little White and a few others are at the 4th level of the Fulfillment realm. In fact, in terms of strength, our Tree Demon Alliance is slightly superior, but we have a fatal flaw. Yi Xian immediately reacted and said, fatal damage. Are you talking about the immobile Treant? That's right. They can't move, but the warriors of the Great Mushroom Empire can. That's why we have a large number of flying beasts patrolling the area every day and night. Because the growth cycle of the Treants is too long, every time one dies, our Treant Alliance will be destroyed even faster. Hua Lian nodded and said, I estimate that if this continues, we will be annihilated by the Great Bacteria Empire in a month's time. Now that the entrance to the secret territory has appeared, why aren't you leaving? Yi Xian asked. We've lived here for hundreds of years. Naturally, we don't want to leave. Most importantly, we can't let go of our anger. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, even if this forest withers, we will not leave. Hua Lian suddenly revealed an indignant expression. I do have a good idea, Yi Xian said. What? Hua Lian asked subconsciously. Forget it, let's not talk about this for now. If the Great Bacterial Empire is not destroyed, you won't leave either. Yi Xian shook his head and felt that it was better to forget about it for now. He originally wanted to invite Hua Lian into the planting space. This way, the production of the natural treasures would increase by a lot. After all, flower spirits were evolved from wood spirits. They were much more powerful than wood spirit kings. Your strength has been acknowledged by us, but you are only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm right now. There aren't many things in the Treant Alliance that you humans can use. Hua Lian reminded him again. That's impossible. This is such a big forest, and there's so much natural energy. How can there not be any? Yi Xian found it hard to believe. His request was very simple. He wanted Hua Lian to break through to the fulfillment realm. Then he could help the Treant Alliance destroy the Great Bacteria Empire. However, if he couldn't break through to the fulfillment realm, he would have to do it himself. There is, but I've used it to nurture Little White, Little Gold, and the others. The most I have is wood spirits, and I snatched them from the mushroom people of the Great Bacteria Empire, Hua Lian replied. I see, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. After thinking for a moment, he said, if that's the case, then I want those wood spirits. However, I want a lot of them. No problem. After Hua Lian flew a circle in the air, she immediately agreed. The primitive world of wood spirits had been formed for hundreds of years. Countless tree spirits had died at the hands of the Great Bacteria Empire's mushroom people. At the same time, many mushroom people were killed by the Skirich beasts and tree spirits. This way, the wood spirits returned to the hands of the Tree Ant Alliance. These wood spirits were of little use to the Skirich beasts and even the tree spirits, so they could have as many as they wanted. "Let's go," Huo Lian said, then turned around and left on her snow-white bird. The golden-eyed Tiger King Little Gold immediately followed. "Luo Luo, let's follow." Yi Xian followed closely behind. This time, he might be able to directly upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. This way, Luo Luo might be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm first, or even the Fulfillment realm. At that time, the success rate of destroying the Great Bacteria Empire would be greatly increased. With Huo Lian and the others leading the way, Yi Xian's following journey was very smooth. Half a day later, they entered the depths of the Tree Ant Alliance and arrived at their headquarters. At this time, there was a huge Skirich treasure tree in front of Yi Xian. It was twice as big as the one in the planting space. Under this Skirich treasure tree, there were large numbers of Skirich beasts and strange beasts. Their auras were all very strong. Dozens of 3rd level Fulfillment realm beasts, and a few 4th level Nether Passage realm beasts. Yi Xian did a rough calculation. Apart from the snow-white bird under Huo Lian, there were a few 4th level Nether Passage realm beasts. In other words, they were on the same level as the king of the Great Bacteria Empire, Monarch Mushroom. Roar! Ew! The group of Skirich beasts couldn't help but roar when they saw Huo Lian return. With Luo Luo as the interpreter, Yi Xian understood their words. They were asking why they had brought a human back. "From now on, this human is our ally." Huo Lian flew directly to the center of the group of Skirich beasts and said in a light voice, although his realm isn't high, he was able to fight Little Gold to a draw. If he can break through again, he will be a great help. Hearing this, the surrounding Skirich beasts were very shocked. A mere 9th level Nether Passage realm beast could fight the 3rd level Fulfillment realm Golden-Eyed Tiger King to a draw. What kind of racial joke was this? Chapter 1247. Little White can testify as well. In order to convince the remaining heaven-reaching beasts, Huo Lian reminded them once more. Little White was the snowy white bird beneath Huo Lian. It was a snow wind demon spirit condor. Although it was still in its infancy, it was one of the few 4th stage Fulfillment Golden Realm cultivators in the Tree Demon Alliance. Beep! The snowy white bird shrieked as it personally testified. Now, all the heaven-reaching beasts were convinced. This human has boundless potential, but our Tree Demon Alliance doesn't have many things that we can use. That's why we can only pay with wood essence. As Huo Lian spoke, she suddenly turned to a mountain in the distance and said, "Little mountain, take out 1/5 of your wood essence." Rumble. Hearing this, the mountain suddenly shook violently. Then, the little mountain transformed into a giant. This was a mountain giant, a 4th stage Fulfillment realm cultivator in the Tree Demon Alliance. At the same time, it was also the Tree Demon Alliance's treasure trove. Soon, the mountain giant spat out a large amount of wood essence from its stomach, which piled up into a mountain. From the beginning, Yi Xian knew that the mountain in front of him was no ordinary mountain, but a heaven-reaching beast. This was because his eye of revelation couldn't see through this mountain. He didn't expect that the mountain giant's stomach would contain such a large amount of wood essence. 1/5 of wood essence. How much was that? After the mountain giant finished spitting out the wood essence, Yi Xian's Adam's apple bobbed up and down. There were at least 10,000 pieces of wood essence piled up. This meant that there were 30 to 40,000 pieces of wood essence in the mountain giant's body. Yi Xian, this is your down payment. If you can destroy the Great Bacterial Empire, I'll give you the rest. Huo Lian flew to Yi Xian's shoulder and said, "Deal." Yi Xian immediately agreed. These wood essences were enough to upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. He immediately went over and collected all the wood essences. Then, he threw them all into the planting space and located them at the Tree Demon Alliance's headquarters. As long as the heaven-reaching treasure tree absorbed all the wood essences and released the yuan qi of heaven and earth, it would probably upgrade the planting space to the 3rd level. You're still at the 9th stage of the Nether Passage realm. Can you break through to the fulfillment realm in half a month? Hua Lian asked. As far as I know, there are 2 forces that have entered the primitive world of the wood spirit. One is called the Flying Scorpion Stockade, and the other is called the Qingyang Sword Sect. If I were to deal with them, it would be enough. Yi Xian answered honestly. I also came into contact with these 2 forces, but they refused to cooperate, so I killed them all. In addition, I had the Treant set up a mystifying mirage formation to guide these humans to the Great Fungi Empire. If you want to find them, you'll probably have to go to the Great Fungi Empire. As Hua Lian spoke, she also found a few interspatial rings on the snow-white bird and threw them to Yi Xian. Using a maze formation to guide them to the Great Bacterial Empire? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and took the interspatial ring. Unfortunately, there were very few things in these interspatial rings. They were like a drop in the bucket. However, if he were to rob all the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Green Sun Sword Sect, it would probably be enough. Moreover, it seemed that the Qingyang Sword Sect would send a follow-up team into the primitive world of the wood spirit. If that's the case, then give me a map. Yi Xian said. I don't have a map. Let Little Gold send you there. Hua Lian shook her head. That works too. Yi Xian didn't refuse. Although very unwilling, the golden-eyed Tiger King didn't disobey the order and led the way into the forest. Yi Xian followed closely behind and left. Hua Lian fell into deep thought as she watched his back. Beep! The snow-wind demon spirit condor suddenly let out a low cry. You're asking why I trust this human so much? Hua Lian paused and answered, our 1st and 2nd lines of defense have been defeated by the Great Fungi Empire after years of wear and tear. The 3rd line of defense is also about to collapse. If no one helps, I estimate that we'll be annihilated in another month. Most importantly, I feel that this human is very unusual. To put it simply, Hua Lian chose to trust Yi Xian based on her intuition. At this time, Yi Xian was already following the golden-eyed Tiger King towards the maze formation. During the journey, Yi Xian also saw some soldiers from the Great Fungi Empire. Of course, these mushroom men were all dealt with by him and their corpses were all thrown into the planting space. After about 2 seconds, Yi Xian finally arrived in front of the maze formation. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared. With Luoluo's translation, Yi Xian understood what he meant. You go on your own. If I want to, I can easily leave this maze formation. Yi Xian replied. The golden-eyed Tiger King had just asked if he wanted to continue bringing him along. However, Yi Xian had the eye of revelation and the eye of perception, so he wouldn't get lost in there. Even if he accidentally fell into a trap, he had the eye of the void and could directly return to the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters. Roar! The golden-eyed Tiger King roared in dissatisfaction, then turned around and left. As for Yi Xian, he also stepped into the lost forest. A maze? It was a piece of cake for him. Even if I don't have the eye of heaven, I still have the death warrant. With this precise location, I can't get lost. Yi Xian thought to himself. The target of the death warrant, Nailan Bing, was unknown how far away she was from here, so even if she moved, Yi Xian didn't see much of a deviation. However, Yi Xian was now going through the lost forest to reach the Great Fungi Empire's territory. There are signs of human activity. Not long after Yi Xian entered the lost forest, he found a set of footprints that had been left recently, about half an hour ago. Yi Xian immediately chased after them. The Lost Forest was actually a place made up of a large number of tree demons. After that, they would constantly move, causing people to get lost. As long as these tree demons didn't reveal themselves, no one would be able to discover them. Yi Xian did indeed encounter many tree demons along the way because he had the Eye of Revelation. However, he was now in an alliance with the Tree Demon Alliance, so he had to be merciful. Moreover, the 10,000 pieces of wood essence in the planting space hadn't been used up yet. It would probably take another half a day. After half a day, the planting space would be upgraded to level 3. At that time, he would be able to let the Skirich beasts into the planting space. Yi Xian could actually stay at the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters for half a day, then load a large number of Skirich beasts into the planting space and directly attack the Great Fungi Empire. However, he didn't want to waste this half a day. Without the tree demons blocking his path, Yi Xian quickly caught up to the group of humans in front of him. According to the footprints, there were 5 people. He didn't know whether they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold or the Green Sun Sword Sect. At the same time, he also felt that the 5 people in front of him were all experts at the first level of the Fulfillment Realm. Chapter 1248. Big brother, we've been walking for more than an hour and we still haven't gotten out. Why don't we use violence? Looks like that's the only way. However, we can't use up too much of our true chi. Otherwise, we'll be in danger if we run into enemies. Suddenly, there was a loud rumble in front of them. Since they couldn't get out of the Lost Forest, they started attacking the surrounding trees in an attempt to blast their way out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly charged out of the forest. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Blend. Twin Dragon Roar. Yi Xian launched a sneak attack. Moreover, it was an attack that was infused with killing intent. What? The 5 of them were shocked and quickly dodged. Unfortunately, there were still 2 people who couldn't dodge in time and were instantly killed. The reason why Yi Xian directly attacked was because 3 of the 5 people actually used sabers as weapons. Moreover, judging from their walking posture, Yi Xian guessed that they were from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold. The Flying Scorpion Stronghold was full of ruthless bandits. Naturally, there was no need to show mercy. 3rd brother, 4th brother. The bald leader's eyes widened because he saw 2 of his brothers die with his own eyes. Immediately, he glared at Yi Xian and charged toward Yi Xian. If we were closer, we could have killed at least 3 of them. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately charged forward. The killing intent gained from the Twin Dragon Roar was more than the killing intent consumed. However, every time he used up a bit of killing intent, he would save as much as he could. In the blink of an eye, the 3 experts from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were fighting with Yi Xian. The 3 of them had very few opponents at the same level as them. Unfortunately, their opponent was Yi Xian. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Array. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Roar. Boom! After Yi Xian approached, he immediately used his ultimate move. A powerful sound wave attack blasted the 3 of them, causing them to vomit blood. Whether it was the Twin Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire or the Twin Dragon Roar, both consumed a shocking amount of true energy. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life, so he could keep up with the consumption rate. In order to end this as soon as possible, Yi Xian decided to use Double Dragon Roar again. Your Excellency, please spare me. I have a secret, the bald man in the lead suddenly shouted. Secret? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, seemingly interested. Seeing Yi Xian suddenly stop, the bald man's eyes flickered and he said, the secret is K your mother. Before he could finish his words, a beam of light flashed past and cut off his head. Humph, how dare you disrespect the young master's family? You're courting death. Luo Luo snorted softly. She took off the bald man's universe ring and threw it to Yi Xian. Run! The other two knew that they were no match for him, so they immediately turned around. Unfortunately, he still couldn't escape death. 2 seconds later, the two were taken care of by Yi Xian and Luo Luo. The battle had only lasted for 5 seconds, but Yi Xian had already taken care of 5 martial practitioners at the first level of the fulfillment realm. This strength was explosive. When I was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, I could easily kill 5 martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm, and even fight against 3rd level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. If I can break through to the fulfillment realm, open my natal palaces, and condense my lifeblood true energy, I probably won't have a problem fighting against Monarch Shroom. Yi Xian's confidence suddenly exploded. Monarch Shroom was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, and it was said that she was even stronger than 4th level heaven-reaching beasts. However, what Yi Xian wanted the most right now was to kill his way into the Great Mushroom Empire and use Sword Storm. Killing intent exploded. Feast of Slaughter. Sword Storm. If these 3 moves were used together, they would definitely be as strong as the heavens. There were some cultivation resources and prosperity pills in these 5 people's universe rings. Yi Xian directly gave them to Luo Luo and kept some prosperity pills as backup. This was because he predicted that he might need the prosperity pills when he reached the peak of the Nether Passage realm. Young master, give me half a day more, and I will be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Luo Luo returned to the planting space and said to Yi Xian. Very good. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. There was a precious land in the planting space that was occupied by Luo Luo. It was very close to the heavenly treasure tree, and there was a spirit gathering formation set up to gather the world's origin energy. The world's origin energy was gathered and then absorbed by Luo Luo's body. Luo Luo's cultivation speed was at least 100 times faster than normal people, and with the help of natural treasures, a day's worth of cultivation was equivalent to a year's worth of other people. Of course, this was also due to the wood essence. In just a few hours, the world's origin energy in the planting space had doubled. If all the wood essence was absorbed by the heavenly treasure tree, Yi Xian estimated that it would be at least 3 times as much as before. Let's continue on our way. It'll be best if I can break through to the fulfillment realm in 1 day. That way, I can fight my way to the Great Fungi Empire alone. When he thought of this, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he left the place. The primitive world of wood essence had appeared for some time, at least 5 days. The Flying Scorpion stronghold had sent many people to explore, but almost all of them were trapped in the Lost Forest without exception. This was, of course, Huo Lian's doing. Huo Lian's plan was to have these people wear down the mushroom men of the Great Fungi Empire and weaken the empire. Now, these people were all Yi Xian's targets. Yi Xian wanted to use the cultivation resources in their rings to break through to the fulfillment realm. Found it again. They passed by about 10 minutes ago. There are 3 of them. Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and he immediately rushed over. Soon, he encountered 3 more people, and they were all experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. After a period of recovery, his true energy had returned to peak condition. He immediately crept closer and unleashed a powerful attack. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Roar. After a few seconds, the battle ended. The 3 experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were all killed by Yi Xian. Continue. Yi Xian swallowed the items and continued on his way. There were many dangers in the primitive world of wood essence, so whether it was the Flying Scorpion stronghold or the Green Sun Sword sect, at least 3 people moved together. Half an hour later, Yi Xian found the 3rd group. However, this was the most troublesome one he had ever encountered, because these 3 were all at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. They seemed to be experts of the Green Sun Sword sect. Yi Xian recognized the auras of these 3 people. They were in the Green Sun Sword sect's group. However, this didn't affect his plan. Although the Green Sun Sword sect is righteous, the white-haired elder previously said that if his disciples encountered others in the primitive world of wood essence, they should kill without mercy. When he thought of this, Yi Xian revealed traces of killing intent. Killing and robbing was a matter of course. Kill. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly charged out. Chapter 1249. Eye of Glory. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Yi Xian immediately used his ultimate move. A formless attack blasted towards the three of them. What? The three Green Sun Sword sect elders trembled and hurriedly used their natal true chi and 10,000 mammoth strength to defend themselves. They were all at the second level of the fulfillment realm and had opened 2 yuan palaces. The strength of their natal true chi was also stronger than those at the first level of the fulfillment realm. When the attack landed on their bodies, half of its power was instantly reduced. However, they were still sent flying. Yi Xian never thought that he could kill 3 second-level fulfillment realm experts in one hit. After all, the Flying Scorpion stronghold was much stronger than the Northern Heavens Academy. If one were to compare, any one of the 3 of them was stronger than the sect master of the underworld branch in seizing Heart City. If the 3 of them worked together, they could even fight against a 3rd-level fulfillment realm expert. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. Yi Xian once again used his ultimate move and blasted it towards one of them. The dual dragon roar of ice and fire was just to separate the 3 of them. If the 3 of them worked together, they could easily destroy his attack. Huff huff huff. The 2 dragon breaths, one ice and one fire, merged and formed an extremely strong attack. Green Sun Sword Bell. Yi Xian's target's face darkened. He knew that he couldn't avoid this attack. Hence, he circulated all of his true chi and merged it with his 10,000 mammoth strength, forming a giant green bell around his body. Boom! The twin dragon roar slammed into the giant cyan bell, and another sound wave attack spread out, shaking the surrounding trees and breaking them. Oh! A defensive divine ability. Yi Xian was slightly surprised and his eyes flickered. Ding! Copy of Green Sun Sword Bell successful. Ding! Green Sun Sword Bell can perfectly merge with the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Do you want to proceed? When the dual dragon roar collided with the Green Sun Sword Bell, a system notification suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. This kind of notification sound had appeared in the Thousand Trees sect's historical remains before. Last time, when Yi Xian was fighting Imo Shui, he copied down Imo Shui's Azure Dragon Claw and merged it with Dragon Catching Hand. The result of the fusion was Sui Qinglong's 8 forces stretching claws. Yes. Yi Xian immediately replied. This perfect martial arts fusion only required the super devouring crystal. If it was an awesome skill, then it would be a huge gain. Ding! Fusion of powers. Ding! Host has learned the double dragon sword bell. 2 system notifications sounded. Double dragon sword bell. Could it be the same defensive divine ability as the Azure Yang sword bell? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Most likely, even the Xianming twin fiends did not know this move. He didn't expect the Will Manifestation God art to be able to fuse perfectly with the ice and fire dual dragon sword array. Come, let me see the defensive capabilities of this twin dragon sword bell. Yi Xian sneered. Brat, I'll kill you. At this time, the other 3 launched their attacks at the same time. Azure Sun burst. All 3 of them channeled their natal true chi and launched their strongest attacks at Yi Xian. 3 streaks of azure sword chi shot towards Yi Xian. Double dragon sword bell. Facing the attacks from 3 directions, Yi Xian's eyes flickered. In the next moment, the ice dragon and the flame dragon rose into the air and condensed into a giant golden bell. The ice dragon and the flame dragon coiled around the giant golden bell. If Yi Xian hadn't used the Eye of Glory, the bell probably wouldn't have been golden. However, it didn't matter. Boom! 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 The 3 streaks of azure sword chi all landed on the golden bell. Immediately, another sound wave attack spread out. The 3 second stage fulfillment realm elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were shocked as they were sent flying by the sound wave attack. What a strong defense, and it even has the effect of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire after being attacked. A divine skill, a divine skill. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect to be so lucky this time. He obtained a powerful skill that even the mysterious underworld duo demons didn't know. Ha, I'll kill you while you're down. Yi Xian laughed loudly as he once again fused the 2 flying dragon silhouettes. Double dragon roar. The target this time was the same as before. The second stage fulfillment realm elder of the Green Sun Sword sect had used a large amount of his lifeblood true energy to block the twin dragon roar. He had also used his strongest attack, so he didn't have much lifeblood true energy left in his body. He didn't have the strength to block this attack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the second stage fulfillment realm elder of the Azure Yang Sword sect was engulfed by the double dragon roar. The power of extreme ice and fire instantly turned his body into ash. Instant kill. What? Elder Shui was instantly killed. The other 2 elders were shocked. Elder Shui's strength was the strongest amongst the 3 of them. Yet he was instantly killed by a 9th level Nether Passage Realm Junior. Who is this kid? How can he be so monstrous? The 2 elders couldn't help but guess. Even the most monstrous genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect could only fight a 1st level fulfillment realm martial practitioner when he was at the 9th level Nether Passage realm. Defeating one was out of the question, let alone insta-killing one. Yi Xian was 10 times more powerful than the number 1 genius of the Azure Yang Sword sect. Kill him and avenge Elder Shui, shouted one of the elders. Then, he charged toward Yi Xian again. You think you can kill me? Yi Xian sneered. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! The 2 elders of the Azure Yang Sword sect were sent flying again. 2nd level fulfillment realm martial practitioners were only at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm after all. Even if they could fight a 3rd level fulfillment realm martial practitioner when they worked together, many people would choose to fight 3 2nd level fulfillment realm martial practitioners at the same time instead of 1 3rd level fulfillment realm martial practitioner. You've probably used up most of your vital energies. It's time to end this. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With the eye of revelation, he could see that the vital energies in their natal palaces were almost depleted. Of course, he only had a 1/3 of his own vital energy left. However, he had the divine tree of life bloodline, so he didn't need to worry about that. Yi Xian's true body and avatar immediately charged forward. Bang! 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 This time, Yi Xian didn't use any of his ultimate moves. Instead, he used the twin dragons of ice and fire sword formation to fight the remaining 2 elders. Even so, the 2 elders couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. In fact, they were at a disadvantage. As their vital energies continued to deplete, their expressions grew darker and darker. They wanted to run, but Yi Xian held them tightly. They couldn't escape at all. The Azure Yang Sword sect won't let you get away with this. An explosive roar rang out in the lost forest. Then, 2 crisp sounds rang out. Rip! Rip! With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 heads fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Chapter 1250. Let me see what you've got. Yi Xian walked over, picked up their universe rings, and inspected them. There were many things in the universe rings, including more than 2,000 prosperity pills and more than 100 wood essences. Yi Xian threw all the wood essences into the planting space. As for the prosperity pills, they were all devoured. Every time he leveled up, he needed a large amount of experience. These 2,000 prosperity pills were just enough for him to reach the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Ding! The host has reached the shackles of the Nether Passage realm. 1,000 prosperity pills are required to break through. The system notified. As expected, I need prosperity pills to level up. However, my strength has increased a lot. It won't be difficult to get 1,000 prosperity pills. When he thought of this, Yi Xian instantly left his original spot. He was a little impatient to break through. Soon, he passed through the Lost Forest and arrived at the territory of the Great Mushroom Empire. There are many traces of battle. Yi Xian sensed for a moment, then chased in a certain direction. He guessed that there was a battle about 10 minutes ago. There were about 3 people fighting here. The ones fighting these 3 people were mushroom people. The footprints of the mushroom people were very special. Moreover, they were the victors. After the 3 mushroom people killed them, they dragged the corpses away. Yi Xian immediately chased in that direction. He hoped that the 3 mushrooms would kill the 3 human martial practitioners at the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. If that was the case, he might be able to break through. The wood spirits couldn't fly in the primitive world, and the mushroom people couldn't fly either. Therefore, Yi Xian could definitely catch up to them if he followed the footprints. He was very fast. 10 minutes later, he sensed the 3 figures. I've caught up. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. But in the next moment, his footsteps paused. The 3 mushroom people he was chasing were indeed mushrooms, but one of them was even taller and stronger than the other 2. Could this be the Emperor Mushroom Huo Lian was talking about? Yi Xian exclaimed inwardly. Emperor mushrooms were a level higher than general mushrooms. They were comparable to a human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. I have the strength to kill the golden-eyed Tiger King, but I heard that Emperor mushrooms are stronger than ordinary heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian thought to himself. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Xian wouldn't be afraid, but there were 2 Jiangxings around him, so it was tricky. Those 2 Jiangxings were carrying 3 human corpses. For them to be able to carry them back, their realms must have been quite high when they were alive. If I can get their Qian Kun rings, I might be able to break through. By then, what about the Emperor Xings? Yi Xian pondered for a moment and decided to make a move. Even if he couldn't win, he could still run away. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? Go! At that moment, Yi Xian concealed his aura and figure, slipped into the darkness, and stealthily made his way over. The 3 warriors of the Great Bacterial Empire were currently resting. My lord, we've been wandering around here for hours and killed many people. If we can't get out, these corpses will be useless. What's the hurry? It's not like we're going to starve to death. At most, we'll just cut down the entire forest, said the tall Emperor Shangs. He was a full 2 meters tall, and the 2 blades in his hands were stained with blood. Just as he was about to speak, the Emperor Xing suddenly trembled and roared angrily, "Who is it?" As expected of an Emperor Xing's, they actually found him. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the shadows, was startled. In the next moment, a wave of blade light attacked. Whoosh! Yi Xian quickly dodged. This wave of blade light directly cut the heaven-reaching treasure tree behind him in half. Although the Emperor Xings didn't know how to use true qi, their physiques were stronger than the heaven-reaching beasts. A casual wave of their blade could produce enough force to kill a heaven-reaching beast at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm. Since he was already exposed, Yi Xian could only walk out himself. Human. Seeing Yi Xian walk out, the Emperor Xings were very surprised. Of course, he was surprised at Yi Xian's realm. Ninth level of the Nether Passage realm. TSK TSK TSK, I didn't expect to meet an Emperor Shing's here. Yi Xian sneered as he walked out. TSK, I thought I met a big prey. So it's just a little brat. The Emperor Shing's was very disdainful. After a pause, he said, however, to be able to dodge my blade, you're quite capable. I'm quite capable. I can even kill you. Do you believe me? Yi Xian looked very calm. If it was any other 9th level Nether Passage realm, they would probably be scared to death when they saw Jiang Xing's. However, Yi Xian was still so calm when he saw the Emperor Xing's. This brat is not simple. The Emperor Xing said in his heart. However, he had already attacked once, and Yi Xian didn't die from that attack. Hence, he didn't want to attack anymore. You, go and kill him. The Emperor Xing said to the idle Jiang Xing's. Yes, my lord. When Jiang Xing saw that his opponent was only 9th level Nether Passage realm, he didn't care at all. He directly pulled out his dual blades and walked out. Brat, do you have any last words? Jiang Xing said with a look of certainty on Yi Xian's face. No last words, but I have a question. Yi Xian shook his head and said. Since it's the last question before you die, ask away. Jiang Xing's gripped the dual blades in his hands tightly. Hearing that, Yi Xian paused, then slowly asked, actually, what I want to ask is, how do you guys reproduce? This was his question. Mushrooms were fungi. These mushrooms had mutated into mutated beasts. Then how did they reproduce? Could it be that they also went through OOXX? Yi Xian was very confused. Of course, he didn't even know how normal mushrooms reproduce. However, his question angered Jiang Xing's. Brat, you're courting death. Jiang Xing's was furious and directly charged at Yi Xian. I might not be the one to die. Yi Xian stopped joking and instantly split into two, one on the left and one on the right. Ice and Fire Dual Dragon Sword Formation. Jiang Xing's was comparable to 2nd level Fulfillment Realm cultivators. He might even be stronger than humans. However, Yi Xian was able to fight against 3 2nd level Fulfillment Realm sect elders at the same time before. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the Nether Passage realm, how could a mere Jiang Xing's be his match? Immediately, the two sides began to fight. In Emperor Xing's heart, Yi Xian was already a dead man. He just didn't want to make a move. However, when he saw the situation in front of him, he was shocked. His subordinates were actually being suppressed by Yi Xian and were at a disadvantage. Moreover, it looked like their lives would soon be in danger. You, go and help. Emperor Xing's turned and said to the other Jiang Xing's. Yes, my lord. This Jiang Xing's threw the 3 human corpses on his shoulders to the ground and also threw away the bag on his body. Then, he pulled out his dual blades and went to help. Chapter 1251. Seeing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Everything was going according to his plan. Fusion of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! That surging wave of air directly sent the 2 generals flying. The 2 generals each spat out a mouthful of purple blood and venomous liquid. Good boy, let me deal with you. Seeing that his 2 subordinates weren't a match for Yi Xian, the monarch mushroom coldly snorted and slowly walked out. You're coming. Yi Xian sneered. Just as the emperor was charging towards him, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. Luo Luo. After Luo Luo appeared, she quickly kept the corpses and the bag containing the wood essence and yin and yang rings. What? The emperor and the 2 generals were shocked. They clearly didn't see anyone else, but now, why was there suddenly another one? This boy has so many tricks up his sleeve. The emperor said in his heart and directly slashed a blade light at Luo Luo. This blade light was extremely sharp. If Luo Luo didn't dodge it, she would definitely be cut in half. However, Luo Luo didn't need to dodge. Keep. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Luo Luo instantly disappeared, and that blade light missed. Young master, I got it. Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Good. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. The items were all taken away by Luo Luo. Then, Luo Luo put the items into the planting space, and finally, they were taken away by Yi Xian. These 3 corpses were all second-level fulfillment realm martial artists. However, they weren't elders of Green Sun Sword Sect, but experts of Flying Scorpion Stronghold. Although they didn't have more than 1,000 fulfillment pills in their yin and yang rings, the emperor had already collected several yin and yang rings. In total, there were exactly 1,050 fulfillment pills. Enough. Ding, host has broken through. Current level is first level of fulfillment realm. Ding, host has opened up a Yuan palace. After the 2 system notifications, Yi Xian's aura suddenly increased by at least 1-fold. Nether Passage realm to fulfillment realm was a major realm. In an instant, Yi Xian's physique and true energy had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the most important change was the opening of a Yuan palace in his body. At the same time, the divine tree of life began to work, and began to refine vital energy. What? How did this kid suddenly break through? The monarch mushroom in front of him was extremely shocked. This was the first time he had seen a breakthrough in battle. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger, mixed with a trace of the smell of death. Impossible, I'm comparable to a human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. How can I be scared by a brat who just broke through to the fulfillment realm? He didn't dare to believe it, but he did feel a sense of danger. If he was careless, he would be doomed. All of you, go. At this moment, Monarch Shroom suddenly gave an order to the other 2 shrooms. My lord, the 2 generals looked at each other and panicked. When Yi Xian was at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm, he could already send the 2 of them flying. Now, Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, opened up a Yuan palace, and refined vital energy. Wouldn't he be able to kill them? However, they didn't dare to disobey Monarch Shroom's order. If they had any objections, they would probably be killed by Monarch Shroom first. Fight! The 2 generals knew that they were being used as cannon fodder, so they directly charged at Yi Xian. Trying to break a rock with an egg, die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered, and immediately turned into 2 bolts of lightning, attacking the 2 generals respectively. With 2 crisp sounds, the 2 generals were easily killed by Yi Xian. One was incinerated, and the other was frozen into an ice corpse. Instant kill. Is this vital energy? It's twice as strong as normal vital energy. Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Other people's vital energy was difficult to refine and recover. However, with the bloodline of the divine tree of life, he could recover it like it was child's play. Although the recovery speed was not as fast as normal vital energy, it was enough for Yi Xian to squander. Chapter 1252. In the blink of an eye, the entire sword bell was invaded by the sound wave attacks. As for the monarch mushroom, it was constantly enduring these attacks. It felt as if its head was about to explode. Fortunately, this was unleashed by Yi Xian himself. His true qi was immune to these sound wave attacks. Unleashing the dual dragon roar of ice and fire in this dual dragon sword bell is truly terrifying. Yi Xian looked at the monarch mushroom's pained expression and couldn't help but think to himself. If it was him, his ears would probably explode. Ha, looks like killing you won't be too difficult. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly. In the next instant, another dragon roar spread out. Whing! 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 The dragon roar echoed in the dual dragon sword bell. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and cracks appeared on the canopy above its head. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian once again gathered his true qi and attacked the monarch mushroom. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. True qi, killing intent explosion, eye of glory. These factors combined allowed Yi Xian's attack to have the power to instantly kill a third-level fulfillment realm cultivator. The monarch mushroom was dizzy from the dragon roar, and with the addition of the scorching hell, its battle strength was less than 60%. It couldn't dodge this attack at all. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 dragon breaths instantly drowned the monarch mushroom. At this time, Yi Xian finally remembered a problem. This monarch mushroom's corpse was useful to him. Oh no! Yi Xian cursed, blaming himself for forgetting. Right now, he could only pray in his heart that the monarch mushroom's body was strong enough to not be burned to ashes. Boom! Another wave of air swept across the area. What made Yi Xian relieved was that the monarch mushroom's body was still strong enough to not be burned to ashes by the dual dragon roar. Its aura has disappeared. It's dead. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and walked over. At this time, the monarch mushroom had already been killed. Its entire corpse was in pieces and was too horrible to look at. Yi Xian immediately went over and stored it in his planting space as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his combat power was extraordinary. If he wanted to, he could slaughter his way into the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. However, just in case, he decided to rest for half a day in the Lost Forest and continue hunting. After half a day. Ding! The level of the planting space has increased. Currently at level 3. This system notification caused Yi Xian's footsteps to involuntarily stop. In fact, an hour ago, the heavenly treasure tree in the planting space had absorbed all the essence of wood. After another hour, the vitality of the world in the planting space had finally reached the required level. Now, the planting space was at level 3. Yi Xian sensed his surroundings and found that the planting space had doubled in size. The concentration of heaven and earth yuan qi had also doubled. This meant that Luoluo's cultivation speed had doubled. Young master, I'm also about to break through. Luoluo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Very good. Yi Xian was very satisfied. After a while. Young master, I've broken through. At this rate, I'll be able to break through to the Nether Passage realm in 2 more days. Luoluo sent another message. She had finally broken through to the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. Since that's the case, then you should cultivate well. This time, I'm going to show off my skills. Amen. After resting for half a day, Yi Xian felt that it was about time. This time, he was going to directly enter the Great Bacterial Empire's territory and go deep into it. Although the Great Bacterial Empire had the Emperor Mushroom, who was even stronger than the Emperor Mushroom, with his strength, if he couldn't beat it, could he not run? However, he didn't know if the legend of the Emperor Mushroom that Huo Lian had told him was true. The Emperor Mushroom was the first mushroom person, the ancestor of the Great Bacterial Empire. This was a super battle prowess at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. With Yi Xian's current realm, he couldn't fight it. However, Yi Xian had the Eye of Eternity, and the mushroom person didn't have true qi or the power of all things, so he was still very safe. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and began to leave the Lost Forest. Along the way, he encountered a few humans and mushroom people who were trapped in the Lost Forest. These people all had designs on him, and he killed them all. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally came out of the Lost Forest. At this time, he was already in the center of the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Yi Xian identified the direction and then hurried toward the depths of the great bacterial empire. This time, he was going to go on a killing spree. If everything went well, he might be able to increase the vitality of the planting space to another level. In fact, he might even be able to break through to the second level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian began to hurry again. He felt that he would only need 2 hours at most to reach the depths of the great bacterial empire. Using his extraordinary senses, he killed all the unlucky people on the way. Moreover, the deeper he went, the more mushroom people there were. Just 10 minutes after Yi Xian left the lost forest. There's a large group of mushroom people ahead. Yi Xian's footsteps paused. He sensed that there were hundreds of mushroom people in front of him. There were mushroom soldiers, mushroom leaders, general mushrooms, and even emperor mushrooms. Could this be a military camp of the great bacterial empire? Such a thought flashed through his mind. In the great bacterial empire, every person was a warrior, so there were a lot of them. There were at least 100,000 of them. The military camp in front of him had more than 100 people, and there were even emperor mushrooms. This made Yi Xian's eyes light up. So much fertilizer, I've earned big. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Although he couldn't directly devour the corpses of these mushroom people, he could use them to fertilize the soil of the planting space. This would increase Luoluo's cultivation speed. Of course, the most important thing was that killing these mushroom people gave him a lot of killing intent. Kill. At that moment, Yi Xian quietly snuck over. The military camp of the great bacterial empire was very simple and crude. It was just a few tree holes. At this time, the 100 people just happened to be gathered together to listen to the leader, the emperor mushroom. Yi Xian sneaked over and then split into two. In the next moment, the two Yi Xian stabbed out with their swords at the same time. Double Dragon Sword Bell. 2 phantoms of heavenly dragons circled in the air, condensing into a golden sword bell that fell down. What? The emperor mushroom and the other general mushrooms were shocked. What the hell was this? Before they could react, the 2 Yi Xian quickly swept out. At the same time, the golden sword bell had already covered the ground. Tremble, mushrooms. Yi Xian didn't say anything and directly used a big move. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom. This time, Yi Xian used killing intent explosion, and its power was much stronger than before. This dragon's roar instantly blasted apart the mushroom soldiers. Even quite a few of the mushroom squad leaders died. In the blink of an eye, there were only 20 or so living creatures left in the golden sword bell. Chapter 1253. The dragon's roar hit the golden sword bell and began to echo. After a few dragon roars, there was only 1 emperor mushroom left, as well as 4 general mushrooms that could not even stand properly. This move was much more useful than Bladestorm. After all, it had no cooldown and was completely executed using true chi. TSK, I didn't even use my own true chi and I was able to kill so many. If I used my own true chi, would only the emperor mushroom be left? Yi Xian was very satisfied with this power. Who are you? At this time, the emperor mushroom could not help but ask. One attack had killed so many of his subordinates. This was not something a human at the first level of the fulfillment realm could do. In Yi Xian's heart, this emperor mushroom was already dead. Therefore, he did not need to waste words with him. Taste this move. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. This time, he used his own true chi. The power was more than twice as strong as before. This time, there were no other enemies in the golden sword bell except for this emperor mushroom. At the same time, this emperor mushroom spat out several mouthfuls of purple poisonous blood and looked at Yi Xian in shock. His head was about to explode. "I'll send you to the afterlife," Yi Xian said coldly in his heart. This time, it was the strongest move of the dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Dual dragon roar. Boom! The dragon's breath swallowed this emperor mushroom. Another third level of the fulfillment realm was killed by Yi Xian. In this dual dragon sword bell, Yi Xian's battle power was greatly increased. He even had the guts to kill that emperor mushroom with the title of king. Of course, this dual dragon sword bell had to have one condition, and that was to trap the enemy. If not, the effect would be greatly reduced. But then again, this time, Yi Xian had easily killed an entire camp of soldiers of the Great Mushroom Empire. There was even an emperor mushroom among them. This allowed Yi Xian to earn a lot of killing intent. If he destroyed the entire Great Mushroom Empire, would these corpses be able to increase his planting space to level 4? Whatever, let's kill them first. Yi Xian didn't want to think too much. After all, it wasn't good to think too much. It would only bring trouble to himself. Immediately, he began to search quickly. After he had broken through to the fulfillment realm, his eye of perception, his spiritual sense, and his killer instinct had improved a lot. He estimated that his perception had surpassed a human at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. At this moment, what he hoped for the most was to encounter more military camps. That way, he would feel good. After traveling for 5 minutes, Yi Xian finally found the second military camp. This camp was similar to the previous one. They both had a monarch fungus. Monarch fungi were actually equivalent to marshals in human empires, while monarch fungi were equivalent to royalty. Yi Xian used the same old method. He used stealth mode to sneak over and then used the twin dragon sword bell to trap his opponent. "Who are you?" This monarch mushroom's reaction was faster than the previous one, but it was useless. He was still trapped inside. In order to save time, Yi Xian immediately made his move. Killing intent explosion. Eye of glory. Twin dragon roar of ice and fire. This time, he directly used his lifeblood true qi. In an instant, a large number of the mushroom men inside the twin dragon sword bell fell. After a few rounds, only the monarch mushroom was left. Twin dragon roar. Another killing move was unleashed. Yi Xian finished off this monarch mushroom. A normal human at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm would probably find it difficult to finish off even one monarch mushroom. However, this was extremely easy for Yi Xian. Another large amount of killing intent. Yi Xian walked over and collected all the mushroommen's corpses. Then, he prepared to leave. Continue. His movements were very fast and very nimble. A battle didn't even take 5 seconds. The time spent traveling was much longer than the time spent fighting. One camp after another was destroyed by Yi Xian. The Great Mushroom Empire's army was quickly reduced in numbers. However, paper couldn't wrap fire. Soon, the news reached the ears of the Great Mushroom Empire's higher-ups. Immediately, the Great Mushroom Empire sent out their top fighting force. Monarch Mushroom. According to Hualien, there were a total of 5 monarch mushrooms. This was a conservative estimate. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of this monarch mushroom. He continued to destroy the Great Mushroom Empire's camps. Finally, after Yi Xian had slaughtered 8 whole camps, he finally encountered an expert that he could take seriously. At this time, he had just slaughtered the 9th camp. He looked at the 100 or so corpses on the ground and suddenly trembled. He felt a slight movement. Whoosh! The originally quiet battlefield suddenly had the sound of something breaking through the air. So fast! Yi Xian's chrysanthemum tightened, and he abruptly turned around. Swish! A crisp sound rang out, and a pillar-like object was thrown into the air. A wave of pain transmitted to his brain. Yi Xian dodged with a large stride and quickly pulled away. What had just been thrown into the air was his left arm. If his reaction had been just a bit slower, it would probably have been his head that flew up. The person who had ambushed him was a monarch mushroom of the Great Mushroom Empire. Moreover, this person was skilled in concealment and ambushing. In other words, this person was an assassin. Yi Xian focused his eyes and found that the person who had ambushed him was a thin mushroom person. This person was about the same height as him, but unlike the other mushroom people, this person's skin wasn't brown, but a disgusting black. There was a large king character on the giant umbrella. Monarch mushroom. Yi Xian immediately reacted. At this time, even if he was an idiot, he would probably be able to guess. Only the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm Monarch Mushroom could ambush and cut off one of his arms. What powerful concealment abilities! Even my perception didn't detect it. Yi Xian couldn't help but gulp. At this time, his arm grew back as if nothing had happened. Brat, you're the one who destroyed several of my Great Mushroom Empire's camps. A cold voice rang out and entered Yi Xian's ears. The one who spoke was the Black Monarch Mushroom. Yes, it's me. Yi Xian nodded and said without hiding anything. How bold of you. A mere human dares to touch my great bacterial empire. This monarch mushroom said with a superior attitude. A mere human. Then why are you speaking the human language? Where did your sense of superiority come from? Yi Xian couldn't help but ridicule. You're courting death. When the monarch mushroom heard this, she turned into a streak of light and attacked Yi Xian without another word. Come, let me see what a 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm Monarch Mushroom is capable of. Yi Xian also used all of his skills. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1254. Too slow. The King Shroom thought that Yi Xian was going to use the dual dragon sword bell to defend and couldn't help but snort. Is that so? The corner of Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! A shockwave swept out and reverberated within the dual dragon sword bell. The King Shroom's expression froze. It quickly moved and used the 2 swords in its hands to disperse the shockwave. Seeing that the dual dragon roar of ice and fire had no effect on the King Shroom, Yi Xian thought to himself, as expected of the King Shroom, it has some skill. The Emperor Shrooms were only at the 3rd level of the Fulfillment Realm, so Yi Xian could easily kill them. However, the King Shroom was at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm, so it was several times stronger than the Emperor Shrooms. Moreover, the cultivation resources that the Great Shroom Empire obtained were probably all used on these Emperor Shrooms, so it was natural for them to be strong. However, Yi Xian didn't use his true strength. Killing Intent Explosion. Natal True Qi. Dual Dragon Roar of Ice and Fire. This time, Yi Xian used the strongest attack in the Dual Dragon Sword Bell. A sound wave attack 3 times stronger than before spread out. The King Shroom widened its eyes and quickly rushed to the dual dragon sword bell and stabbed with all its strength. Bang! A hole was poked in the dual dragon sword bell, and the King Shroom quickly flashed out. The sound wave attack reverberated within the dual dragon sword bell, but it had no effect. What a pity. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. If the King Shroom hadn't escaped, the outcome of this battle would have been decided. However, in any case, Yi Xian could still continue to use the twin dragon sword bell. If the King Mushroom were to attack, he would be trapped inside again. However, the King Shroom wasn't stupid. After seeing Yi Xian's attack, it attacked from afar. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of energy slashed towards Yi Xian. Although the King Mushroom didn't have the true qi or the power of Wanxiang, his physique was several times stronger than Yi Xian's. A casual strike from him wasn't the slightest bit weaker than the attack of a martial artist at the third level of the concept. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Yi Xian also began to fight back. At this moment, he was thinking about how to kill this monarch mushroom. Even if Yi Xian had the Tree of Life bloodline, he wouldn't be able to use his ultimate moves continuously. After all, he would run out eventually. In that case, he had to think of another way. Yes, let's do that. An idea suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind, and it was highly likely to succeed. Although he really wanted to fight to his heart's content, he wanted to improve his strength even more. Therefore, he would not fight this battle. Bang! 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 The two Yi Xian fought fiercely with the monarch mushroom. However, the monarch mushroom was extremely fast, and Yi Xian couldn't hurt him. Combine. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly combined into one, and then broke open a void door, and directly entered. You want to escape? The monarch mushroom saw through Yi Xian's intention and hurriedly chased after him. However, after he entered the void gate, he immediately regretted his decision. Whoosh! He wanted to turn around and go back, but the void door closed before he could do so. Monarch mushroom, you're in trouble. Yi Xian sneered. Yi Xian had only located the primitive world of Wood Spirit twice. The first was at the entrance of the primitive world of Wood Spirit, and the other was at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance. At this moment, the monarch mushroom was directly brought here by Yi Xian. The moment he passed through the gate of the void, he felt waves of powerful auras. There were a large number of heaven-reaching beasts in the surroundings, and all of them were at the third level of the fulfillment realm. There were even a few at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian, why are you back? Seeing Yi Xian suddenly appear, Hua Lian also asked in surprise. Oh, I brought back a gift for you all, Yi Xian said without turning his head. Everyone saw this gift, and it was the monarch mushroom at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. After the monarch mushroom appeared, the heaven-reaching beasts also surrounded them. You actually lured a monarch mushroom here, that's great. Hua Lian also reacted, and said, Big Gold, Big Mountain, Little White, he's yours. Big Gold was also a golden-eyed tiger king, and was one of the few in the fourth level of the fulfillment realm in the Tree Demon Alliance. Big Mountain was the mountain giant, and Little White was the snow wind demon spirit condor under Hua Lian. These three were all at the fourth level of the fulfillment realm. In addition to Yi Xian, this monarch mushroom's fate was sealed. Let's go. The monarch mushroom reacted extremely quickly, and hurriedly turned around to leave. However, Big Gold had already turned into a streak of light and blocked its path. In the blink of an eye, the two sides began to fight. This monarch mushroom also relied on speed to make a living, and so did Big Gold. Not only that, but Little White was also the same. With them here, Yi Xian didn't need to do anything. If these three fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts couldn't even beat this monarch mushroom, then they might as well just kill themselves. This was Yi Xian's plan, to kill with a borrowed knife. How did you come back? At this time, Hua Lian flew over and couldn't help but ask. I have my own way. Let's take care of this monarch mushroom first. Yi Xian said slowly. Then, the two's attention was placed on the battlefield in front of them. Big Gold, Big Mountain, and Little White, the three fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts besieged the monarch mushroom, and the latter was instantly at a disadvantage. The mountain giant blocked its path of retreat, while Big Gold and Little White were in charge of attacking. In less than 10 rounds, the monarch mushroom was covered in wounds. Tree Demon Alliance, even if I die, you all will die with me. The monarch mushroom roared loudly. You're about to die and you're still talking nonsense. Kill it. Hua Lian said very unhappily. The moment she said this, the three heaven-reaching beasts went all out. Bang! Although the monarch mushroom was fast, the mountain giant's fist was bigger. After it was hit, it was sent flying, and purple blood spurted out. It was a tragic sight. Then, Big Gold stomped with all its strength, and turned into a streak of golden lightning. Rip! A crisp sound rang out, and the monarch mushroom was directly cut in half vertically, and instantly died. A monarch mushroom was stronger than a fourth-level intent heaven-reaching beast, but when three heaven-reaching beasts of the same level worked together, it couldn't resist at all. Chapter 1255. How is it? You don't regret working with me, right? Yi Xian smiled faintly. No, I didn't misjudge you. Huo Lian giggled and landed on Yi Xian's shoulder. If that's the case, I'll be taking the corpse. Yi Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He used the power of all creations to collect the corpse and put it into the planting space as fertilizer. Can you continue to attract them? Huo Lian asked excitedly. If Yi Xian could continue to attract the king fungi, then the great bacterial empire would be exhausted to death by them sooner or later. I can, but this king fungi is a little brainless, so they followed us. If someone doesn't follow, then there's nothing we can do. Yi Xian paused, then said, however, I have another method that's faster. What method? Huo Lian blinked her large eyes curiously. I have a private space. Perhaps I can hide you all in there. If I run into the king fungi in the great bacterial empire's territory, I can summon them to battle. Yi Xian answered directly. Private space. How is that possible? Huo Lian couldn't believe it. When I was a mortal, I also thought that flying was impossible. But now, not only can I fly, but I can also burrow into the ground, move mountains, and fill seas. In this world, nothing is impossible. Yi Xian waved his hand as he spoke. In the next instant, Luo Luo appeared in front of them. She's been in that space all this time. The yuan qi in that space is only slightly weaker than in the primitive world of the wood spirits. If you don't believe me, you can go in and take a look. Yi Xian continued. This time, Huo Lian fell silent. If Yi Xian really had the ability, then they might be able to easily annihilate the great bacterial empire. As long as Yi Xian was in danger, then these heavenly beasts could directly charge out and kill the enemy. But could this really work? Roar! At this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the crowd. It was the golden-eyed Tiger King, Little Gold. With Luoluo's translation, Yi Xian understood what Little Gold meant. Alright, you want to go in and take a look, right? No problem. Yi Xian nodded. After all, he was a human, and Huo Lian was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance, so Xiao Jin was worried. Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. Yi Xian had also heard this saying a lot. Later on, don't resist and you will be able to enter my space. Yi Xian said to Little Gold as he used the storage function of the space to store Little Gold. This kind of plant space could only be entered with the other party's permission. In the next instant, Xiao Jin disappeared. At the same time, Luo Luo disappeared as well. Xiao Jin had already appeared in the planting space. Xiao Jin's foothold was next to the heavenly treasure tree. It looked at the endless sea of flowers and was shocked. It had lived in the primitive world of the wood spirit for so many years and was very familiar with it. But now, it had appeared in another place, which was incredible. At this time, a few more figures appeared. They were the heaven-reaching beasts that had volunteered. A woo, beep, moo, one by one, the heaven-reaching beasts came in and cried out excitedly. This place was very suitable for them. Alright, come out after you've seen it. Yi Xian released the heaven-reaching beasts. How was it, Xiao Jin? Huo Lian could not help but ask when she saw Xiao Jin appear again. Oh whoa. Xiao Jin could not hide its excitement and began to tell them what it had seen in the planting space. After listening to it, the surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were shocked. There was actually a private space. Yi Xian, how did you do it? Really? Hua Lian could not believe it. She had lived for hundreds of years, but this was the first time she had heard of such a method. Even a peerless immortality state or rebirth state powerhouse would not be able to create a private space, right? This is a private space called the planting space. I use it to plant treasures of heaven and earth, as well as to cultivate exotic beasts. Previously, I asked if you were willing to leave the primitive world of the wood spirit so that you could enter here, Yi Xian said. At this time, Hua Lian also thought of this matter. This place was not at all inferior to the primitive world of the wood spirit. Moreover, the owner was Yi Xian, so there was no need to worry about any enemies. Let me go in and take a look. Hua Lian said impatiently. No problem. Yi Xian did not say anything else and let Hua Lian enter the planting space. Not only that, but he also brought in Big Gold, Little White, Mountain, and the other fourth-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. The planting space was currently at level 3, so it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts. Moreover, it could accommodate heaven-reaching beasts that were 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Soon, this large group of heaven-reaching beasts were all stored in the planting space by Yi Xian. There were hundreds of them, and all of them were second-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. After entering the planting space, Hua Lian's eyes lit up as she looked at it. Just a single heavenly treasure tree can actually create such abundant heaven-earth origin qi. This is impossible. Hua Lian said in disbelief. The reason why the primitive world of the wood spirit had such abundant primal energy was because of the large number of heaven-reaching treasure trees. In the planting space, there was only one heaven-reaching treasure tree, so the amount of primal energy was a little strange. My planting space can't be calculated according to the rules of the outside world. Yi Xian's voice sounded in the planting space. Indeed, a single heaven-reaching treasure tree could not create such a large amount of primal energy. However, one should not forget that planting spaces had different levels. Moreover, this heaven-reaching treasure tree had grown up drinking Yi Xian's blood. How is it? This place is not bad, right? Yi Xian projected a figure in the planting space and said with a smile, moving so many beasts here will consume a lot of primal energy. However, if you help me plant, I can open up a forest for you. Before, the planting space only allowed one heaven-reaching treasure tree, but now that it had reached the 3rd level, there was no such restriction. It was completely possible to create a primitive world of the wood spirit in the planting space. It is possible, but the great bacterial empire is not destroyed yet. Hua Lian said after a pause. That's easy. Yi Xian's heart stirred. In the next moment, these heaven-reaching beasts appeared in the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance in the primitive world of the wood spirit. I only need to borrow these 4th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. When the time comes, I will release whoever I encounter and the great bacterial empire will be destroyed in a single day. Yi Xian continued. If they thought about it this way, this was actually a mobile military camp. It was terrifying just thinking about it. But, what if you were to accidentally fall? Hua Lian said worriedly. Chapter 1256. Don't be afraid. Look again. Yi Xian sent the Skirich beasts into the planting space, then released them again. This time, they weren't in the Tree Demon Alliance headquarters in the primitive world of the wood spirit, but in the eastern continent of the Bloodstone continent. Where is this? Hua Lian looked around in shock. She felt that the qi of heaven and earth here was too sparse. It wasn't even 1/10,000th of the primitive world of the wood spirit. This is the Bloodstone continent, my homeland. There aren't even manifestation realm experts here. I have one clone here, and the other 2 are in the primitive world of the wood spirit. As long as this clone of mine doesn't die, I won't die. Yi Xian's second clone replied. You have 3. Huo Lian was very shocked. That's right. The other 2 are wandering outside, and this one is staying at home. That's very safe, isn't it? Yi Xian's second clone nodded. At the same time, he sent Huo Lian and the others into the planting space. Now, there was no need to worry about them. Huo Lian was already convinced by Yi Xian. This human had too many tricks up his sleeve. All right. As long as we destroy the Great Bacterial Empire, I can move the entire Tree Demon Alliance to your space and help you build it. Huo Lian agreed immediately. Deal. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was his goal. Huo Lian was the leader of the Tree Demon Alliance. She had thousands of Fulfillment Realm Skirich beasts and countless tree demons under her command. If all of them came to the planting space, then it would be awesome. The Skirich beasts could be summoned to battle. The tree demons could also continuously produce chi of heaven and earth. Most importantly, Huo Lian had a large number of wood spirits under her command. She herself was a higher-level flower spirit. Her ability to plant treasures was much stronger than that of the Wood Spirit King. In short, Yi Xian had made a huge profit. However, the prerequisite for the Tree Demon Alliance to move to the planting space was to destroy the Great Bacterial Empire. Huo Lian, how many 4th-stage Fulfillment Realm Skirich beasts does your Tree Demon Alliance have? Yi Xian asked. Other than Big Gold, Big Mountain, and Little White, there's also Old Tree and Big Bear. 5 in total. After Huo Lian finished speaking, there was a huge commotion behind Yi Xian. The gigantic heavenly treasure tree began to twist and turn. The Old Tree was a 4th-level Fulfillment Realm tree demon. As for the Big Bear, it looked like a very ordinary black bear, but its strength and fur defense were extremely strong. A casual slap from him could probably shatter Yi Xian's double dragon sword bell. The Old Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level Fulfillment Realm experts in total. However, only 4 of them were usable because the old tree couldn't be moved. 4 is enough. The next time I meet King Shroom, I can just kill it. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. In that case, Xiao Bai, De Jin, De Xiong, the 3 of you will go and assist Yi Xian. Huo Lian immediately ordered the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts only listened to Huo Lian's orders, but for the sake of the Tree Demon Alliance, they had no choice but to obey Yi Xian's orders. Yi Xian immediately put the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts into the planting space. Big Mountain, keep a quarter of the wood essence and give the rest to Yi Xian. Huo Lian said again. The wood essence wasn't that important to the Tree Demon Alliance because it was something that existed inside the bodies of the tree demons. The wood essence could only be used on the normal heavenly treasure trees. Huo Lian kept a quarter of it for future development. Thank you very much. Yi Xian laughed and put away all the wood essence that the mountain giant had poured out. Then, he had the heavenly treasure tree devour them one by one. The heavenly treasure tree would probably need a day or 2 to absorb tens of thousands of wood essence. Using this opportunity, Yi Xian once again broke through the void and returned to his previous location. If I run into the King Shroom, I'll have the 3 of you take action. If this happens a few more times, the Great Fungus Empire won't have any top-notch fighters left. Yi Xian projected himself into the planting space and said to the 3 4th-level Fulfillment Realm heaven-reaching beasts. These 3 heaven-reaching beasts were the top fighting force of the Tree Demon Alliance. If they worked together, no one except the legendary King Shroom of the Great Fungus Empire would be able to defeat them. Yi Xian immediately continued to move. The Great Fungus Empire had an army of 100,000. If they were all annihilated, the planting space might actually be able to upgrade to the 5th level. At that time, it would be able to accommodate 5th-level fulfillment realm heaven-reaching beasts. Yi Xian traveled through the Great Fungus Empire's territory. Because the news had been leaked, many military camps had begun to move and gather. However, this was all a waste of effort for Yi Xian. No, it was a stupid move for these military camps to gather together. The movement of such a large army would completely expose their position. Even without the help of the 3 heaven-reaching beasts, Yi Xian could easily annihilate them all. In order to increase the speed of their movement, Yi Xian directly rode on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor and doubled his traveling speed. 1, 2, 5, 10, one military camp after another was annihilated by Yi Xian. In less than an hour, 20 military camps had been annihilated by Yi Xian. There were more than 2,000 people in total. At this rate, half of the Great Fungus Empire's army would be wiped out in a day. In 2 days, the Great Fungus Empire would be left with only a few generals. In the previous battle between the Tree Demon Alliance and the Great Fungus Empire, the Great Fungus Empire would attack while the Tree Demon Alliance would defend. It was because of this that the Great Fungus Empire was caught off guard by Yi Xian. After dozens of military camps had been annihilated, the Great Fungus Empire still couldn't think of a way to stop Yi Xian. They only sent out the King Shroom. Finally, after Yi Xian had massacred nearly 10,000 people, another aura caught his attention. No, it's not one aura, but 2. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly kept the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into his planting space and then landed on the ground. The 2 King Shrooms had struck gold this time. Ta-ta-ta. Soon, 2 figures were reflected in Yi Xian's eyes. Sure enough, they were the 2 King Shrooms. The words on their umbrellas exposed their identities. Human, it was you who killed so many soldiers of my Great Fungus Empire. A King Shroom that was as fat as a pig asked. That's right, it was me. Yi Xian didn't intend to pretend to be innocent and directly nodded in response. After Junyi left, there was no news of him. Could it be that he died at your hands? The other King Shroom that was thinner asked. Who is Junyi? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. However, in the next moment, he reacted. The Junyi that the other party was talking about should be the King Shroom that was good at assassination. Chapter 1257. It doesn't matter if you did it or not. Today is the day you die. The fat King Shroom roared angrily and slashed down with its blade. The other skinny King Mushroom also pulled out his sword. The 2 mushrooms were actually holding 2 weapons. Needless to say, this scene was extremely out of place. Yi Xian was only at the 1st level of the fulfillment realm, but the 2 King Shrooms didn't relax at all. Their eyes were fixed on Yi Xian, and they prepared to kill Yi Xian in one attack. Go! Fat King Shroom roared. Immediately, the 2 of them rushed out. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Yi Xian didn't waste time and split into 2. Unfortunately, the Twin Dragon Sword Bell was easily dispersed by the 2 of them. Big Gold, Little White, Big Bear, your prey is here. Yi Xian waved his hand, and 3 figures appeared on the battlefield. What? The 2 King Shrooms were shocked. Yi Xian was the only one here, so why did 3 Skyspan beasts suddenly appear? More importantly, they were 4th level fulfillment realm Skyspan beasts. An illusion. That was their first reaction. However, when they heard the wind howling, they knew this wasn't an illusion. This was reality. Big Bear, Little White, you 2 deal with the fat one. Big Gold and I work together. Yi Xian immediately ordered. Of the 3 Skyspan beasts, the Tiger King was the strongest. Big Gold and Little White were both speed types, so they naturally had to split up. This way, they would have a higher chance of success. Roar! The big golden-eyed tiger king roared and charged at the sword-wielding monarch mushroom. The two king shrooms were so scared they peed their pants and hurriedly turned around. You want to leave? Not so easy. Twin dragon roar. Yi Xian circulated his lifeblood true qi and attacked. Boom! Although the twin dragon roar didn't hit the two king shrooms, it successfully intercepted them. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by three heaven-reaching beasts. At that moment, Yi Xian also rushed out and joined the battle. However, these two king mushrooms were much stronger than the Junyi from before. In a 2 versus 1 situation, they were able to handle it with ease. If 2 isn't enough, then I'll add 1 more. Yi Xian's eyes widened. In the next moment, another figure appeared. Luo Luo. 100-fold demon fox clone. 100 heavy shackles. After Luo Luo appeared, she immediately used a powerful control skill. Hundreds of whips lashed out at the fat king fungus. The latter was relatively slow, so it became Yi Xian's primary target. What? Big Bear and Little White were fighting against fat king fungus. It wanted to dodge, but Little White spat out an extremely cold breath to create a crystal wall that blocked its escape. Xiao! 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 The 100 shackles had been successfully sealed. 7-colored demon fire, 1,000-layer explosion. Without saying anything, Luo Luo immediately used her trump card. Instantly, Fat King Fungus was surrounded by the 7-colored demon fire. Boom! 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 Explosions sounded one after another. Even though Fat King Fungus's defense was not bad, it couldn't withstand Luoluo's explosion. It immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, preparing to forcefully break free from the shackles. But at that moment, ho-ho! Another sound broke through the air. The snow wind demon spirit condor suddenly opened its mouth and shot out an icicle the size of a finger, directly piercing through the stomach of the Fat King Shroom. At the same time, the extremely cold aura also froze the stomach of the Fat King Shroom and began to rapidly spread. Not good. Fat King Fungus's expression changed. In a blink of an eye, it was hit by 2 powerful restrictive skills. Next, how was it going to dodge Big Bear's attack? Speak of the devil and he will appear. Just as he was thinking this, De Xiong had already rushed in front of him in large strides. The bear paw, which was bigger than a wash basin, fell down mercilessly. Boom! The Fat King Mushroom's canopy that was like a pavilion was fiercely slapped. Instantly, Fat King Fungus felt that its head was about to explode. Luckily, it had thick skin and did not die under that paw. But, at that moment, killing intent explosion. Twin dragon roar. Suddenly, a fierce roar came from the side. Fat King Fungus turned its head to look and realized that it was Yi Xian who attacked it. What a joke, a King Fungus's killing intent value was shockingly high. It had forgotten about that Junyi just now. This time, it will not let anyone else take it. It must take it for itself. Fat King Fungus was restricted and could not dodge the attack. It was instantly swallowed by the attack. Ding! Host's killing intent value increased. After the system notification, Yi Xian's killing intent value increased by a large amount. Fat King Fungus, fallen. Then, it would be that skinny one next. How dare you kill it, my emperor will definitely not let you go. The thin King Shroom roared angrily. My emperor. Hearing this, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and couldn't help but ask, my emperor is referring to Emperor Shroom. My emperor has already awakened. Just wait for your deaths. The thin Emperor Mushroom roared. This sentence revealed a lot of things. It turned out that the legend of the Huang King Shroom was true. The Huang King Shroom had not died, but was in a deep slumber. Now, he was awake. However, Yi Xian disagreed and sneered, so what if he's awake? As long as the skinny mushroom died as well, the great mushroom empire would lose 3 king mushrooms. At that time, the Tree Demon Alliance would have the advantage in numbers. So what if it was the royal regent shroom? They would still gang up on her. Roar! After Fat King Shroom died, Big Bear and Little White came over to help. Soon, the thin mushroom was beaten to the end of its strength. You will definitely die in the hands of my emperor. My emperor will avenge us. The thin mushroom was still roaring at the sky. However, before he could finish speaking, he was struck by Yi Xian's twin dragon roar and instantly died a miserable death. Ding! Host's killing intent value increased. The system notification said. Yi Xian usually ignored this notification, but it was still useful at critical times. The notification meant that the thin King Shroom was really dead and would not come back to life to attack. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. Roar! Seeing the 2 King Shrooms die, Big Bear and the others were very excited. Don't be happy too early. You heard it just now. The Huang King Shroom has awakened. Go back and discuss with your leader. Chapter 1258. You're back. How were your gains? Huo Lian, who had been waiting at the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance, hurried over and asked. We killed a few thousand soldiers and 2 king fungi. Yi Xian said directly. King Mushroom. Huo Lian's eyes lit up when she heard this. If all the king fungi died, then half of the great fungus empire would be gone. However, Yi Xian continued, however, before the 2 king fungi died, they said that the king fungi had awakened. What do you think? What, the king fungi? Huo Lian was shocked and said, that old mushroom really isn't dead. That's what they said. The truth is yet to be confirmed, Yi Xian said. Huo Lian fell silent. If Emperor Shroom was still alive, then things would not be so simple. The great fungus empire is made up of the old mushroom's descendants. Maybe it fell into a deep sleep after giving birth to so many descendants and needed to rely on natural treasures to survive. Now, maybe it has enough natural treasures, so it has awakened. Huo Lian said slowly. This was her guess. However, since it was a war, then they had to prepare for the worst. The worst-case scenario was that the king fungi was still alive. Even if that old mushroom is alive, there's only one of it. We have so many helpers here. Even if we can't beat it, can't we run? Huo Lian continued. That's right. That's why I'm thinking if you should all come in and attack. Yi Xian nodded and said. All of them. Huo Lian was slightly shocked. Yes, all of them. This is safer. Yi Xian nodded and said. The Tree Demon Alliance had 5 4th-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts, 100 3rd-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts, and thousands of 2nd-level and 1st-level Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts. If they gathered together, it would be a terrifying army. One had to know that the Great Fungus Empire's defense line was very weak because they were the ones attacking before. Now that they were being counterattacked, they immediately collapsed. Alright, I'll summon them immediately. Huo Lian nodded and then used a special method to summon all the Fulfillment Realm Heaven Connecting Beasts around the headquarters. It took them about 2 hours to gather all of them. During these 2 hours, Yi Xian had also taken the time to destroy many of the Great Bacteria Empire's military camps. 2 hours later, he had collected all the heaven-connecting beasts into the planting space. There were more than 6,000 of them. More than 6,000 Fulfillment Realm Heaven-reaching beasts. Rumble. At this time, the headquarters of the Tree Demon Alliance suddenly let out a roar. Yi Xian turned his head to look and discovered that the voice came from the gigantic heavenly treasure tree. Oh, the old tree is coming out. Huo Lian murmured. It's coming out. Yi Xian was stunned. He did not understand what this meant. This heavenly treasure tree was actually a tree demon. Its combat strength was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. In the past, Yi Xian couldn't see through him because his realm wasn't high enough. But now, Yi Xian had broken through to the fulfillment realm. That is, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. He saw that the tree trunk with a radius of 100 meters suddenly cracked open. Then, a big guy who was 10 meters tall walked out from inside. The old tree is no longer a tree demon. It's the devil tree battle soldier. Huo Lian explained. Devil tree battle soldier. This means that this tree demon has also mutated. Yi Xian immediately understood. Originally, this old tree was just a normal heavenly treasure tree. After mutating, it became a tree demon. After mutating again, it became the devil tree battle soldier. Don't be fooled by the old tree's small size. Its strength is above Big Bear and Big Mountains, Huo Lian continued. This sentence scared Yi Xian. Big Bear was the black battlefield bear. Its 2 full-strength slaps had seriously injured King Shroom. Big Mountain was the mountain giant that was as big as a mountain. He was also quite strong. It was fine if the devil tree battle soldier was stronger than Big Bear, but could it be stronger than the mountain giant? Young man, don't look down on me. I've absorbed quite a few human essence blood. The devil tree battle soldier suddenly walked over. It looked very clumsy, but Yi Xian knew that its explosive power was very shocking. Its speed might not be slower than Big Gold. Senior tree, I have quite a few enemy corpses here. If you want them, you can take them. Yi Xian directly said. Ha, then many thanks. If there are more, it might mutate again. The devil tree battle soldier said in an old voice. Mutate again. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. His beast god bloodline had already evolved several times. This meant that he could sign contracts with more heavenly treasure beasts. At that time, if the devil tree battle soldier mutated, perhaps the beast god bloodline would also evolve. Senior, try this. Yi Xian suddenly took out some of his own blood potions from the devouring space and threw them to the devil tree battle soldier. Oh, let me try it. The devil tree battle soldier didn't think too much. It directly crushed the blood potion and threw it into its mouth. The devil tree battle soldier absorbed the blood that was full of vitality. Immediately, the devil tree battle soldier let out a satisfied sound. Old tree, what's wrong with you? Huo Lian couldn't help but ask. Good, this is too good. The devil tree battle soldier exclaimed, what blood is this? It made me grow so much. I originally had a lifespan of 50 years, but now I feel that my lifespan has increased by at least 5 years. This brat has a bloodline in his body. Those blood potions are actually my blood. Old tree, if you need it, you can have an unlimited amount. Yi Xian hurriedly said. An unlimited amount. When the devil tree battle soldier heard this, it immediately walked in front of Yi Xian. Just as it was about to speak, it seemed to have thought of something and asked, Brat, what are your conditions? It felt that Yi Xian definitely wouldn't give the blood potions for free. After all, humans were cunning. Senior is really insightful. Yi Xian gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, I want to sign a contract with Senior and become my helper. Ha, humans are indeed cunning. You want to use this to tame me? The devil tree battle soldier suddenly laughed loudly. No, it's a mutually beneficial contract. Yi Xian shook his head and said, my blood can have an unlimited amount. At the same time, I have a few special methods. As long as you sign the contract, your battle strength will instantly increase by 50%. At the same time, your growth speed will also increase by 50%. battle strength and growth speed increase by 50%. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier felt a trace of disbelief. Even a tree that had lived for nearly 1,000 years had never heard of such methods. Perhaps it was because it hadn't seen many humans. After all, the entrance to the secret realm might not appear even once in 100 years. Chapter 1259. That's right. If you don't believe me, you can ask her. Yi Xian nodded. In the next moment, Luo Luo appeared beside him. Grandpa Tree, the young master is right. Can you guess how old I am? Luo Luo suddenly giggled. I can feel that you are not more than 20 years old, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier answered honestly. Yes, I am not more than 20 years old. To be more precise, I am not even 16 years old. Luo Luo nodded. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier and the surrounding beasts were shocked. A 16-year-old 9th level Nether Passage Realm martial artist. This talent was already 180 streets ahead of them. Guess what realm I was 1.5 years ago? Luo Luo asked again. 9th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. 8th level Nether Passage Realm. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all speaking in beast language. Luo Luo could understand all of these words. 1.5 years ago, I had yet to meet the young master. At that time, I was only a supreme. Luo Luo suddenly puffed out her small chest and put on a proud expression. What? That's impossible. The surrounding heaven-reaching beasts were all in disbelief. How could one go from supreme to the Nether Passage realm in 1.5 years? It's true. Before I met the young master, I was only a supreme. After that, my cultivation speed skyrocketed. Supreme 3 minor disasters, Manifestation Realm, and Nether Passage Realm. Give me 2 more days, and I will be able to break through to the Fulfillment Realm. After Luo Luo finished speaking, she added, Oh, right. Before we met, the young master's realm was about the same as mine. In 1.5 years, she had broken through so many realms. This was truly frightening. On average, she would break through once every 10 days. Moreover, it was the same for Yi Xian. They didn't expect that Yi Xian had climbed up step by step. Huolian suddenly recalled that Yi Xian had said that he didn't belong to any sect. So it was true. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier hesitated. If what Luo Luo said was true, then Yi Xian's potential was limitless. Old tree, you can give it a try. If you're not satisfied, you can just cancel the contract. With so many beasts watching, I won't cheat you. Yi Xian said. Alright, let's try it. The Devil Tree Battle Soldier nodded. Deal. Yi Xian immediately exchanged for a Fulfillment Realm contract and set it up. Hua! A huge contract array expanded, enveloping Yi Xian and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Immediately after, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier sensed something. Because they had already discussed this beforehand, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier didn't refuse. Ding! The host has successfully formed a contract with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The system prompted. Now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier was Yi Xian's third target. The first was Wei Zhentian, the second was Luo Luo, and the third was Devil Tree Battle Soldier. Ding! The host's Divine Tree of Life bloodline has undergone a mutation. All advancement paths have been upgraded once. Right after the contract notification, another system notification rang out. Hearing this, Yi Xian was overjoyed. His eyesight was indeed not bad. This Devil Tree Battle Soldier was indeed capable. It actually allowed his Divine Tree of Life bloodline to evolve once, greatly increasing its recovery and detoxification abilities. Ding! The Divine Tree of Life bloodline is shared with the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. The third system notification once again caught Yi Xian off guard. Damn, shared with the Deviltree Battle Soldier. Yi Xian jumped in fright. This meant that the old tree's life force would be extremely tenacious in the future. As long as the Deviltree heart in its body wasn't destroyed, it could endlessly recover. You're right. I feel that my strength has increased by quite a bit. The Deviltree Battle Soldier was also shocked. It turned to De Xiong and said, "Come, hit me." De Xiong didn't say anything and directly stepped forward, slapping the Deviltree Battle Soldier's thigh. Paw! A crisp sound rang out. However, the Deviltree Battle Soldier didn't move. Roar! De Xiong didn't dare to believe it. He and the Deviltree Battle Soldier were both at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Although the Deviltree Battle Soldier was stronger than him, his slap could still make the Deviltree Battle Soldier retreat. But now, it was completely useless. When De Xiong retracted his bare paw, the place that had caved in from the slap was rapidly recovering. Kid, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline in your body is truly too miraculous. I feel that my absorption ability has increased by quite a bit. Quick, give me more blood potions, the Deviltree Battle Soldier said excitedly. No problem. Yi Xian directly threw blood potions at the Deviltree Battle Soldier. The latter opened its mouth and swallowed them all. Although the Deviltree Battle Soldier had the Divine Tree of Life bloodline, it only had an additional recovery ability. This was because it didn't have a bloodline in its body, and Yi Xian's blood was a great tonic for it. Ding! The Deviltree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. The system suddenly notified. After swallowing hundreds of blood potions, the Deviltree Battle Soldier's body grew a bit bigger and actually broke through to the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Ha! I actually broke through. I thought I wouldn't be able to break through in my lifetime. The Deviltree Battle Soldier laughed wildly at the sky, his voice much younger. He felt that he had made the right choice in recognizing a master this time. Congratulations to the old tree for breaking through. Seeing this, Hua Lian hurriedly said. Roar! Roar! The group of heaven-reaching beasts also cried out excitedly as if they were the ones breaking through. At the same time, many heaven-reaching beasts looked at them with envious gazes. Some even stared straight at Yi Xian, hoping that he could tame them. However, Yi Xian didn't want them if they didn't have a specialty. Some blood has accumulated in my body, so I need to slowly absorb it. Come, let's directly attack the Great Bacterial Empire. Even if that old mushroom is still here, I won't be afraid. The Deviltree Battle Soldier said loudly. The old mushroom he spoke of was the Great Bacterial Empire's Emperor Shroom, who was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was also at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm now, and he also had such powerful recovery abilities. How could he not beat that old mushroom? Roar! Hearing this, all the heaven-reaching beasts became excited. Then, they were all taken into Yi Xian's planting space. The great battle is about to begin. Now, let's directly attack the depths of the Great Bacterial Empire. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Before, he was still a bit afraid of that Emperor Shroom, but now it seemed that he didn't need to. Today might be the day that the Great Bacterial Empire perished. Immediately, all the heaven-reaching beasts, including Hua Lian, were all taken into Yi Xian's planting space. This was a terrifying army, and Yi Xian was now their commander. Eye of the Void. Yi Xian broke through the void and arrived at the Great Bacterial Empire's territory. Chapter 1260. This time, Yi Xian was going to descend directly into the depths of the Great Mushroom Empire, catching the enemy off guard. Of course, the living creatures along the way were all killed by him as extra income. Half an hour later, Little White arrived in the skies above the depths of the Great Mushroom Empire. Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, how dare you come to my Great Mushroom Empire's territory? You're walking right into a trap." A shout rang out. Below them, thousands of experts from the Great Mushroom Empire had already gathered. Among them, there were 3 king mushrooms. Yi Xian sensed for a moment and found that apart from these 3 auras, there was another mysterious aura that was stronger than the 3 king mushrooms. It seemed that this was the king mushroom. The king mushroom seems to be in that big mushroom. Yi Xian's projection in the planting space said. "Good, let us out and kill them all." The Devil Tree Battle Soldier was already rubbing his hands together. "No rush, let me have some fun first." Yi Xian sneered and had Little White descend quickly. At the same time, a stream of light shot out from his hand. Storm of Swords. This move was Yi Xian's true killing move. Last time, because he underestimated the enemy, the Xianming Duo Demons used the dual dragon roar of ice and fire to blast it away, so it was wasted. This time, there were thousands of soldiers from the Great Mushroom Empire below, and there were still people coming from far away. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to kill to his heart's content. Feast of Slaughter. When the Sky Quake sword transformed into 1,000 blood swords, Yi Xian also activated this divine skill. Feast of Slaughter. With every person killed, Yi Xian's strength would increase a little. Now that there were so many soldiers from the Great Mushroom Empire below, if he killed them all, his strength would at least double or even triple. In an instant, the 1,000 blood swords turned into streams of light and shuttled around the thousands of soldiers. The Sky Quake sword had its own consciousness, so Yi Xian didn't need to control it. However, the Sky Quake sword's killing speed was very fast, and its attacks were fast, accurate, and ruthless. In the blink of an eye, more than 2,000 mushroom people had fallen. Yi Xian's strength had doubled. "Ah, your opponent is me." When the 3 king mushrooms saw this, they were prepared to completely shatter Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly laughed loudly and charged towards the 3 king mushrooms. Previously, it was a little troublesome for him to deal with Monarch Shroom, a 4th-level fulfillment realm cultivator. Now that his Feast of Slaughter was constantly improving, it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 3 of them. If all the mushroom people died, then Yi Xian would be able to kill the 3 king mushrooms. However, right at this moment, a mere human dares to be so presumptuous in my territory. "How dare you?" An old voice sounded. A purplish-black mushroom drilled out of the 1,000-meter-tall mushroom. It was as tall as a nanometer. "Emperor Shroom, you've finally appeared." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Yi Xian didn't want to be enemies with this Emperor Shroom, but this time, he had obtained a new monster. It was enough to fight against this Emperor Shroom. "Old tree, I'll leave this Emperor Shroom to you." Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, a figure appeared around him. It was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier. "No problem." After the old tree appeared, he exploded with all of his aura, causing the 3 king fungi to tremble. This old tree has broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. The 3 king fungi had gloomy expressions. This was troublesome. Their father, Emperor Shroom, was only at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. But now, the Devil Tree Battle Soldier had broken through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Their advantage was gone. "So it's you." The Emperor Shroom recognized the old tree and said, 500 years ago, we fought. After that battle, I fell into a deep sleep, and you were heavily injured and on the verge of death. I didn't think you would be able to live until today." 500 years ago, he was already at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, because he had produced too many children, he was evenly matched with the 4th level old tree. In the past 500 years, the old tree had recovered by devouring the corpses of dead connecting heaven beasts and humans. It had only recently recovered to its peak. This old one won't die so easily. The deviltry battle soldier roared and clenched his fists, then smashed them into the ground. His fists smashed into the ground. In the next moment, countless vines and branches extended from the entire area. Rip! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. These sharp branches extended from the ground, directly piercing through the obstructing great fungi empire soldiers, opening a path for the old tree and the emperor's shroom. Die, old rotten wood! The emperor's shroom was furious. He pulled out a giant bone blade and charged at the old tree. The one to die is you. The old tree roared and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged blows. Bang! The emperor's shroom slashed down with the 3-meter-long bone blade in his hand, but the old tree blocked it with one hand. Impossible! The emperor's shroom felt incredulous. Back then, because he had produced too many children, his strength had decreased greatly. In the past few years, he had used large amounts of treasures to recover. Now, even if the old tree had mutated into the deviltry battle soldier and reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, he could not block his blade. Do you think I'm still as strong as before? The old tree laughed and threw out a heavy punch. Bang! The attack was fast and powerful, and it smashed into King Shroom's head. King Shroom was sent flying, and she didn't even want her knife anymore. In just a single exchange, the difference in strength was decided. The deviltry battle soldier that had taken Yi Xian as its master had not only reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, but also increased its strength by 50%. Its strength had surpassed the Emperor's Shroom. No, this is impossible. Regent Shroom still had a shocked expression on her face. Nothing is impossible. Today is the day your great fungal empire perishes. Die. The old tree did not say anything else. He held the blade in his hand and charged at the Emperor's shroom. The outcome of this battle would probably be decided in 3 seconds. At this time, on the other side, Yi Xian's opponents were 3 Emperor's shroom at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm, but as time passed, his aura grew stronger and stronger. Now, 3,000 soldiers of the great fungal empire had died under the sword storm. The feast of slaughter would increase according to the number and level of the people killed. Not only that, the sword storm also increased. A second later, an entire army of 5,000 was turned into corpses. Yi Xian's strength had increased by 3 times. Twin Dragon Sword Bell. Chapter 1261. Bam! The gigantic double dragon sword bell enveloped the 3 king fungi. Back then, the king fungi called Junyi had broken through the dual dragon sword bell. However, Yi Xian was now 3 times as strong as before. Even if the 3 king fungi attacked together, they wouldn't be able to escape so easily. Taste this move! Shouted Yi Xian. Then, a dragon's roar rang out. Hum! The dragon's roar reverberated through the dual dragon sword bell. The 3 king fungi's expressions darkened as they tried to defend themselves. However, before the dragon's roar stopped, Yi Xian attacked again. Dual dragon roar of ice and fire. Boom! One of the king fungi was surrounded by the sound wave attack. He couldn't defend himself and was instantly hit. Pfft! He spat out several mouthfuls of blood and was instantly on the verge of death. Junyao! The other 2 monarch fungi with the title of king shouted. However, right at this moment, an extremely powerful attack had already arrived. Killing intent explosion. Dual dragon roar. Boom! In an instant, the king fungi called Junyao was swallowed up by the dragon's breath. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification let Yi Xian know that this monarch mushroom was already dead. Now, it's your turn. Yi Xian's gaze suddenly fell on the remaining 2 king fungi. Coincidentally, these two king fungi had joined forces to break through the dual dragon sword bell. However, there was something even more terrifying waiting for them outside the dual dragon sword bell. Blade storm. In an instant, the two king fungi were surrounded by Wei Zhentian's crimson swords. In the blink of an eye, they were sliced into minced meat. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. 2 more system notifications rang out. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by quite a bit. It could be said that Yi Xian had achieved a complete victory in this battle. Not only had he killed more than 5,000 soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire, but he had also killed 3 king fungi. Of course, he was able to achieve this on his own because there were too many soldiers in the Great Bacterial Empire, which greatly increased the amplification effect of the Feast of Slaughter. If he did not use Killing Feast, Yi Xian would not have been able to deal with the 3 king mushrooms. At this time, the ground had already turned into a purple sea of blood, and corpses were everywhere. The citizens of the Great Bacterial Empire had poisonous blood flowing through their veins, which was extremely harmful to the soil and trees. According to Hua Lian and the old tree, this was all because King Shrum ate a poisonous fruit, turning him into a poisonous mushroom. Because of this, his descendants were all poisonous as well. Boom! 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 In the distance, loud rumbling sounds could be heard continuously. Yi Xian looked in the direction of the voice and saw Old Tree grabbing Regent Fungus and beating it up like he was venting his anger. This was understandable. After all, the Tree Demon Alliance was almost destroyed by this group of poisonous mushrooms. This was a rage that had been suppressed for hundreds of years. Old Man Mu, I admit defeat in this battle, but I won't let you off so easily. At this time, King Shrum suddenly shouted. These words shocked Yi Xian, Hua Lian, and the others on the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor. This King Shrum, did he have other methods? While they were still in shock, the Emperor Mushroom's body suddenly doubled in size. Not good, he's going to self-destruct. Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly sent out a thought. Pang! King Shrum's body exploded, purple poisonous blood splattered everywhere. Yi Xian, who was nearby, was also affected, and his flesh was instantly pierced through. Fortunately, his eyes were not affected, or else it would be troublesome. King Shrum self-destructed, but he did not expect that he did not kill a single enemy, not a single one. At this critical moment, Yi Xian immediately sent the surrounding spectators and Old Tree into the planting space. However, as Old Tree was the closest to King Shrum, he was still splashed by the poisonous blood. Inside the planting space, Old Tree, are you all right? Hua Lian asked worriedly. I'm fine, I'll recover soon. Old Tree looked at his corroded tree shell and laughed. As long as the demonic tree heart was not damaged, he would be fine. Because after signing a contract with Yi Xian, he possessed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline. In the blink of an eye, he was fully recovered. Seeing this, the surrounding sky-connecting beasts let out a sigh of relief. But then again, King Shrum had already self-destructed, and 6 King Shrooms had died. Even if there were still some left, there was nothing to be afraid of. Yi Xian immediately let them out again. At this time, Yi Xian had already thrown all the corpses into the planting space. Because the blood of the poisonous mushrooms was poisonous, Yi Xian first drained them dry before throwing them to the sky-connecting treasure tree. The Great Fungus Empire is finally destroyed, but only half of it. There are still many soldiers of the Great Fungus Empire in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. We must uproot them all. Old Tree looked around and said. There may still be King Shrum, but they are no longer a threat to us. Now, all of you, go out and hunt. Hua Lian said to the enormous group of sky-connecting beasts in front of them. Immediately, the horde of heaven-reaching beasts dispersed in confusion. With the king shroom of the Great Fungus Empire dead, there was nothing left to fear. They could finally have a good fight. Not only that, but Yi Xian also moved out. Although the mushroom people were not humans, they still had killing intent points. The Great Fungus Empire had many military camps, so this was a large amount of killing intent points. He immediately broke through the void and arrived at the second line of defense of the Great Fungus Empire. Only by flanking them from both sides could they completely destroy them. However, he had only run a few steps when he encountered a human. It's him. Yi Xian trembled as he recognized the human's aura. This human was the white-haired elder of the Green Sun Sword sect. He hadn't expected to run into him here. He's at the third level of the fulfillment realm. Maybe he knows who Lu Tiangong is. Capture him. Yi Xian immediately made his decision and quickly rushed out. Who is it? Because Yi Xian didn't deliberately hide his aura and figure, the white-haired elder discovered him. Yi Xian didn't waste time and glared. Scorching hell. Yi Xian had broken through to the first level of the fulfillment realm, and this white-haired elder was only at the third level of the fulfillment realm. In less than 3 seconds, the elder's soul power was greatly reduced and he was controlled by Yi Xian. Greetings, Master. The white-haired elder said respectfully. Who are you? Yi Xian asked. This lowly one is Lu Yuanhang, an elder of the Green Sun Sword sect, the white-haired elder answered instinctively. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, All right, let me ask you. Do you know someone called Lu Tiangong? Lu Tiangong. Chapter 1262. Grandfather. Yi Xian didn't expect to find Lu Tiangong's grandson. He continued to ask, Look, is this portrait of your grandfather? When they were escaping, Yi Xian remembered Lu Tiangong's face and drew it. Lu Yuanhang looked and immediately nodded. Yes, it's my grandfather. After hearing this answer, Yi Xian was sure that he didn't find the wrong person. Lu Yuanhang's grandfather, Lu Tiangong, was the Lu Tiangong he was looking for. Let me ask you again, what's up with his left eye? Yi Xian asked again. Grandfather's left eye is the eyeball of a heaven-reaching beast that he obtained by chance when he was training. It's called the Eye of Myriad Forms. It can use the power of myriad forms from a distance. Lu Yuanhang answered. Eye of Myriad Forms. Use the power of myriad forms from a distance. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that the Eye of Myriad Forms was a good thing. If he obtained it and used a special devouring method, he might be able to obtain such an ability. With such an ability, he could increase his battle strength and use it for a long time. After all, even a rebirth realm expert had to use the power of myriad forms to fight. Very good. Where is your grandfather now? What's his realm? Yi Xian asked again. My grandfather is in the Green Sun Sword sect. He's a grand elder and is already at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Lu Yuanhang answered without thinking. 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this realm. It seemed that he still needed to increase his realm 1 or 2 more times before he could fight Lu Tiangong. Although the old tree was currently at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, Lu Tiangong was a human after all. He also had the Eye of Myriad Forms. His strength was probably at the peak of the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. If Yi Xian wanted to fight him, he would need to be at least at the 2nd or 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. Fortunately, there were many humans from the outside world here. Very good. Go over there and wait. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. The matter of Lu Tiangong could wait until they left the primitive world of the wood spirit. The most important thing now was to destroy the remaining remnants of the great bacterial empire. The primitive world of the wood spirit wasn't that big, but it wasn't that small either. 2 days had already passed by the time Yi Xian finished dealing with the rest of the matters. In the past 2 days, he had killed a total of 30,000 mushroom men, and his killing intent had skyrocketed. However, what made him feel helpless was that the Emperor's shroom had self-destructed that day, so he didn't get any killing intent points. In addition, in these 2 days, Yi Xian dealt with the remaining humans. He killed all of the people from the Flying Scorpion stronghold. As for the people from the Green Sun Sword sect, they were charmed by Luo Luo. There were only 30 of them. With Luo Luo's cultivation at the first level of the fulfillment realm, it was easy for her to charm them. As they had already discussed this beforehand, Wang Lian and the others would all move into the planting space. Of course, those who wanted to stay could also do so. After all, Yi Xian was not a human trafficker. On the 3rd day after the Emperor Shroom's death, Yi Xian arrived at the entrance of the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. This entrance was even more unstable than before, and would probably collapse within 10 days. At this time, Yi Xian had already left the primitive world of the Wood Spirit with the group from the Green Sun Sword sect. "Young master, where are we going now?" The old tree's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. The two had already signed a contract, so the old tree could communicate through space like Yi Xian. "To the Green Sun Sword sect. I need to investigate some things," Yi Xian replied. At the same time, he immediately sensed and found that Nailan Bing wasn't very far from where she was when they first entered the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. It seemed that she had encountered something, or was resting. Yi Xian didn't care too much and headed straight for the Green Sun Sword sect. With the 4th level fulfillment realm Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor, they only needed half a day to reach the Green Sun Sword sect. Half a day later, they arrived at the Green Sun Sword sect. Before that, Yi Xian had also stored the Snow Wind Demon Spirit Condor into the planting space. Lu Yuanhang and the others left by flying. If they suddenly came back riding a 4th level fulfillment realm Tong Tian beast, it would be too eye-catching. Soon, Yi Xian followed this group and entered the Green Sun Sword sect. Elder Lu, you're back so early." An elder came over and glanced at the people around him. Lu Yuanhang sighed and shook his head. "The entrance of the secret realm is very unstable, so we came out early." Sigh, 100 people went in, but less than half came out. "Then how was the harvest this time?" the elder asked again. "The only thing that can be used in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit is this wood essence. This time, I brought back 500 pieces, which can greatly increase the effect of the planting of natural treasures," Lu Yuanhang replied. However, before he could finish speaking, a strange voice rang out. "What? Elder Lu, you brought the team over and only brought back this trash." Everyone looked over and saw a young elder walking over. "Elder Wu, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yuanhang couldn't help but ask. "Nothing. I just feel that it's not worth it for those disciples who died." The young elder shook his head. That's my Lu family's disciple. It has nothing to do with you," Lu Yuanhang said in displeasure. This time, they had indeed lost a lot of people, but if they gave these wood essence to other forces, it would be worth it. Moreover, this time, the Green Sun Sword sect master said that he would send more people to help, but in the end, not even a dog came. "You can't say that. That person is not only a disciple of your Lu family, but also a disciple of my Green Sun Sword sect. Could it be that Elder Lu thinks that your Lu family doesn't belong to my Green Sun Sword sect?" the young elder said in a strange voice. After hearing the young elder's words, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. On the way, Yi Xian listened to Lu Yuanhang talk about some things about the Green Sun Sword sect. There were 2 major factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. One was the Wu family of the sect master, and the other was the Lu family. These 2 families were quite harmonious 100 years ago, but in recent years, there had been some differences, so they were a little hostile. This young elder was from the Wu family, and he was the youngest elder in the Wu family. Now that he saw the Lu family at a disadvantage, he naturally had to jump out to add insult to injury. Otherwise, he would be unhappy. Humph. Lu Yuanhang didn't know how to answer when he was scolded like this, so he just led the team in. Seeing Lu Yuanhang leave, the young elder's lips curled into a smile. At the same time, a trace of killing intent could not help but appear in his eyes, but it was only a flash. Chapter 1263. With Yi Xian's concealment skills, even a fifth-stage fulfillment realm expert wouldn't be able to see through him. After returning to the Green Sun Sword sect, Lu Yuanhang dismissed the others. "Master, if there's anything you need, please don't hesitate to tell me," Lu Yuanhang said to Yi Xian in a hidden corner. "But first hand over those wood essences, then come find me," Yi Xian said to Lu Yuanhang. "Yes." Lu Yuanhang nodded and left. He had to hand over the 500 wood essences and report the casualties to the Lu family higher-ups. Although the Great Mushroom Empire had already been annihilated by Yi Xian, all of the heavenly and earthly treasures collected by the Great Mushroom Empire had been used on the Emperor Mushroom. In addition, the people from the Flying Scorpion Stronghold and the Azure Yang Sword sect didn't bring much, so Yi Xian wasn't able to break through. However, he now had a large fortune, and that was the remaining 10,000 wood essences. If he took them out, they would be very valuable. However, the wood essences were useful to the heavenly treasure tree, so Yi Xian decided not to trade them. "I still have 100 years' supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth. It's time to take it out." Yi Xian's eyes narrowed as he thought to himself. Supreme-grade Fountain of Youth was much better than Fountain of Youth because there was no limit to how much it could be used. He decided to take out a 5-year supply and see the effects. Soon, Lu Yuanhang returned. Although they'd lost dozens of geniuses this time, the 500 wood essences were worth quite a lot. It was enough to raise twice as many geniuses as the Lu family had lost. "I have a 5-year supply of supreme-grade Fountain of Youth here. I wonder if the Lu family can digest it." Yi Xian took out 5 jade bottles from the devouring space. Supreme-grade Fountain of Youth. Lu Yuanhang's eyes lit up when he heard this. He'd heard of the Fountain of Youth before. Every time it appeared, it would cause a commotion. There were many pills in the world that could increase one's lifespan, but some pills had conflicting medicinal properties. Some had to be taken at a certain realm for it to be effective. However, the Fountain of Youth didn't have such restrictions. Of course, ordinary Fountain of Youth would have no effect after drinking too much. "Master, this top-grade immortal spring water is?" Lu Yuanhang asked. "That's because there's no limit to how much it can be consumed. Even if it takes 100 years, you can still refine it," Yi Xian replied. "Well, I'll have to ask Grandpa. I don't know how much I can give you," Lu Yuanhang said with a frown. "Sure. Just say that this elixir of youth is from the old tree. Later, you guys go outside and meet the old tree." Yi Xian nodded. Before entering the Green Sun Sword sect, Yi Xian had instructed Old Tree to wait outside the sect. "Yes." Lu Yuanhang nodded and immediately turned around. The Old Tree was already at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. He was one of the top experts in the Green Sun Sword sect. Lu Yuanhang only needed to say that he met him in the primitive world of the Wood Spirit. In this world, there were many strange things. Humans and beasts could mate, so what was so strange about humans and trees being friends? Soon, Yi Xian sensed that Lu Yuanhang had left and was flying out of the Green Sun Sword sect. There were 3 other Lu family experts with him. All of them were at the 4th level of the Fulfillment Realm. Seeing this, Yi Xian quickly followed. He knew that the Lu family experts were looking for the Old Tree. However, these experts moving together also attracted the attention of the Wu family experts. Where are these old fellows going? The experts of the Wu family thought to themselves and immediately followed after him. Not only that, but the disciples also flew into the air one after another to follow the elders. They wanted to see what was going on. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. In less than half a minute, hundreds of Green Sun Sword sect disciples had followed them and left. Oh no, they're following us. A Lu family expert's expression changed drastically. This time, he was going to discuss the price of 5 years' worth of elixir of youth with the old tree. He didn't expect the Wu family to follow him. Yuanhang, go there immediately. A 100-year-old elder said to Lu Yuanhang. Yes, father. Lu Yuanhang nodded and took the lead to leave the group, heading towards the designated location. As for the elders of the Lu family, they all stopped in their tracks. What are you doing? Lu Yuanhang's father, Lu Gaoyang, asked. However, the Wu family elders didn't plan to answer. Instead, they chased after Lu Yuanhang. They felt that something big must have happened to the Lu family. Otherwise, why would they mobilize 3 4th-level fulfillment realm elders? Wait! Seeing that they were ignoring him, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly stood in front of them. Lu Gaoyang, do I need your permission to go anywhere? A Wu family elder couldn't help but ask. Oh, is that so? Yuanhang, stop! Lu Gaoyang's expression froze, then he shouted. Lu Yuanhang, who was leaving, also stopped when he heard this. Then, the two sides just stared at each other. Seeing that the other side had stopped moving, the Wu family elder could only ask directly, Lu Gaoyang, what's the matter that would make you 3 old guys come out of seclusion? In the Green Sun Sword sect, the people in charge were usually elders under 100 years old. Those over 100 years old would usually start to cultivate in seclusion. But now, the Lu family had mobilized 300-year-old elders. It was a little strange. My son met an expert, so we came to meet him. What, can't we? Lu Gaoyang snorted coldly. Expert. Hearing this, the Wu family elder raised an eyebrow, and his heart trembled violently. For Lu Gaoyang and the others to personally welcome someone, that person was at least at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. No, it should be an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Lu Yuanhang had only gone to the wood spirit primitive world once, but he actually met an expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. It was unbelievable. If this expert at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm stood with the Grand Elders Lu family, then the sect master's Wu family would be in trouble. Oh. Since there's such an expert, then I naturally have to meet him, the Wu family elder couldn't help but laugh. Lu Gaoyang's expression changed greatly. He didn't expect the Wu family elder to be so thick-skinned. The group of disciples also knew that there were 2 factions in the Green Sun Sword sect. However, their strength and aptitude didn't meet the requirements, so they didn't belong to any of the factions. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed twice. In the Green Sun Sword sect, the Wu family had always been the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, and the Lu family had always been the Grand Elder. The sect master and the Grand Elder both had supreme positions. If the 2 families had a good relationship, the sect would definitely rise to a higher level. Unfortunately, the 2 families didn't get along well. Yi Xian looked at the Lu family and Wu family that were at odds with each other, and a plan suddenly formed in his mind. The Lu family's Lu Tiangong had a grudge with him, but the sect master's Wu family had nothing to do with him. Chapter 1264. Yi Xian immediately ordered the old tree, who was on standby, to rush over. With the old tree's speed, it would only take 10 seconds. Elder Wu, this expert is someone my son knows. My son and that senior have similar interests. He only wants to meet us. Why are you following him? Lu Gaoyang snorted. Similar interests. The leading Wu family elder grinned. Then all the more I want to meet him. Who knows, I might be able to hit it off with that senior bastard. Lu Gaoyang cursed in his heart. If looks could kill, this Wu family elder would have died 10,000 times over. However, just as they were about to confront each other, the ground suddenly began to tremble. Bang! 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 The ground shook, startling everyone in the air. Many people looked in the direction of the sound and saw a huge figure charging towards them. A heaven-reaching beast. The leading Wu family elder's eyes flashed. He shouted, "What an evil creature! How dare you behave so atrociously in my Green Sun Sword Sex territory? You're courting death." Before he could finish speaking, he had already made his move. On the other side, the Lu family also prepared to attack when they saw this strange heaven-reaching beast. At this time, Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reminded them, "Father, uncles, he's the senior I was talking about." What? Lu Gaoyang and the other two were shocked. Lu Yuanhang had said before that this senior of the Supreme Great Immortal Spring was a bit strange and told them not to be surprised when they saw him. However, they never expected that the senior Lu Yuanhang said was strange to this extent. The Supreme Great Immortal Spring was actually a heaven-reaching beast. However, when they thought of the realm Lu Yuanhang had mentioned, they resisted the urge to attack. 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm. This heaven-reaching beast was at the 5th level of the Fulfillment Realm, a realm higher than the three of them. Don't attack. You're screwing with the Wu family. Lu Gaoyang cut to the chase. The other two immediately understood and looked like they were waiting to watch a good show. Didn't the Wu family want to meet the senior Lu Yuanhang new? Let's see how you'll meet him now. Not only did you not attack, you even called him an evil creature. You're done for. Ha! Thinking of this, Lu Gaoyang and the other two were overjoyed. They could only hope that the Wu clan elder would be beaten half to death by this heaven-connecting beast. Xiao! 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 Several streaks of sword light pierced through the air, preparing to kill the huge heaven-connecting beast that was charging towards him. This sky-connecting beast was the Devil Tree Battle Soldier, Old Tree, that Yi Xian had called over. At the same time, he had received another order from Yi Xian to not defend himself. Bang! 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 3 explosions rang out. The 3 sword rays directly fell on Old Shu's body, shattering his hard bark armor. Ouch! It hurts. The old tree cried out in pain. When the Wu family elder saw this, his expression changed. This heaven-span beast's level was most likely not low. What are you doing? He's the senior I was talking about. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly shouted. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present was shocked. The senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was this moving tree. Not good, we've been tricked. The leading Wu family elder was an expert who had lived for 100 years. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by the Lu family. Just now, they thought that the senior Lu Yuanhang was acquainted with was a human. They didn't expect it to be a heaven-connecting beast, and a talking tree at that. Green Sun Sword Sect, Old Tree, sincerely came to make a deal with you. Is this how you welcome me? The old tree suppressed the recovery ability of the divine tree of life bloodline in his body and said angrily. Old tree, it's a misunderstanding. The one who attacked you wasn't me. I've already brought my father. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly reported. At this time, the old tree's gaze suddenly landed on the 3 4th-level fulfillment realm elders of the Wu family. He said, Old Tree, spent nearly 1,000 years to break through to the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Now, you juniors of the 4th level of the fulfillment realm dare to attack me and call me evil creatures. 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Hearing this, the Wu family elders' hearts trembled violently. It seemed that they had bitten off more than they could chew. Senior, please forgive us. Just now, we acted subconsciously. Please forgive us. The leading Wu family elder hurriedly said. If an apology was enough, why would the sect need an enforcement team? You were called evil creatures by your disciples. Would you let them go if they apologized? The old tree roared angrily. Senior, here are 10,000 prosperity pills. Take it as an apology. The Wu family elder sincerely wanted to be on good terms with the old tree, so he could only painfully take out 10,000 prosperity pills and throw them over. Prosperity pills are useless to me, but I'll keep them for now. This matter is over. The old tree snorted coldly and swallowed the prosperity pills. These prosperity pills were enough for Yi Xian to break through to the second level of the fulfillment realm. Yi Xian was overjoyed that he had tricked them. Thank you for your forgiveness, Senior. The leading elder said with cupped fists. He then said, This one is Wu Yong. Greetings, Senior. Although the old tree was only a talking tree, his realm had reached the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. Moreover, judging from the injuries just now, the old tree's combat strength was not so simple. Forget it. The old tree said magnanimously, This time, I've come to collect the supreme grade eternal spring water that I've stored for 1,000 years. I don't know if the Green Sun Sword sect has the ability to eat it. Boom! Everyone present was shocked when they heard this. Eternal spring water. Supreme grade. I reckon you don't know the effects of supreme grade eternal spring water. I'll tell you now. Supreme grade eternal spring water is different from ordinary eternal spring water. The old tree looked around and said, I've stayed in the wood spirit primitive world for nearly 1,000 years and collected a total of 5 years worth of supreme grade eternal spring water. It's enough to increase a person's lifespan by 5 years. 5 years was neither long nor short for the elders present. They had all lived for more than 100 years, and even Lu Yuanhang was over 80 years old. 5 years was really nothing. However, what if he managed to make a breakthrough in the 5 years he had left? If someone broke through, they would be able to increase their lifespan by a few years, which would bring great contributions to the entire family. For example, the Wu family's patriarch, who had lived for nearly 200 years, was about to break through, but unfortunately, he did not have enough lifespan left. These 5 years' worth of supreme-grade eternal spring water might be able to treat some of his hidden ailments. In that case, his lifespan would not only increase by 5 years, but also by 8 or 10 years. If he broke through again in these years, he would be able to live for many more years. Chapter 1265. This immortal spring really came at the right time. Wu Yong's eyes sparkled as if he was determined to get it. However, there was another problem. A 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring was not cheap, right? Senior, this supreme-grade immortal spring, do you want? Wu Yong hurriedly asked. However, before he could finish, the old tree interrupted him. Old tree, I've been walking for so long and even got injured. Aren't you going to invite me over for a seat? Hearing this, Lu Gaoyang hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, yes, yes. Senior, this way please. Our sect is over there. Then, he glanced at Wu Yong. The Lu family could give up on this 5-year supply of supreme-grade immortal spring, but they could not let it fall into the Wu family's hands. Then, the old tree, surrounded by a group of disciples and elders, arrived at the Qingyang sword sect. As soon as he appeared, he attracted everyone's attention. Damn, what is that? A moving tree. Is he a tree demon? He can talk. There are so many secluded elders. Did they capture him? No, the elders seemed to be very nice to him. The crowd of disciples stared with their eyes wide open and their tongues tied. This was the first time in the history of the Qingyang sword sect that something like this had happened. Oh, so this is a human sect. Not bad. The old tree looked around like a farmer entering a city. He was originally a very ordinary heavenly treasure tree. Then, he coincidentally turned into a tree demon and mutated into a demon tree battle soldier. From beginning to end, he had never left the primitive world of the wood spirit. This was the first time he had come out. Senior tree, please rest here. I'll go get the sect master. Wu Yong said and quickly left. He had to send the news of the supreme grade immortal spring back to the Wu family. Old tree, I'll take my leave too. A Liu family expert also left to go get the Liu family's representative. In fact, the Liu family was not concerned about the supreme grade immortal spring, but the old tree, a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. As long as they had a good relationship with the old tree, the Liu family would have more say in the Green Sun Sword sect in the future. Alright, then this old tree will take a rest first. The old tree walked directly to a tree and sat down. In reality, Yi Xian really wanted to go over and take the bag of fulfillment pills. That way, he could break through to the 2nd level of the fulfillment realm. Unfortunately, he couldn't expose himself as he was surrounded by people. Soon, Wu Yong brought an old man over. This old man was the current sect leader of the Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying. Wu Junying was an expert at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Wu Junying greets Senior. Wu Junying hurriedly said. You are the sect leader of the Qingyang sword sect? The old tree's bell-like eyes fell on Wu Junying. Yes. Wu Junying nodded and said, I wonder if Senior's 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water, don't worry. The old tree suddenly interrupted. Other than the Wu clan, there was also the Liu clan and the Qingyang sword sect, so there was no need to make a decision so quickly. After all, the highest bidder would win. Hearing this, Wu Junying's expression changed. It seemed that the old tree knew about the Qingyang sword sect situation. Since that was the case, then it was a fair competition. After a while, someone from the Liu clan also arrived. Moreover, it was Yi Xian's old acquaintance, Liu Tiangong. It really is you. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Liu Tiangong still wore an eye mask, so he didn't notice Yi Xian and directly landed. Greetings, Senior. Liu Tiangong hurriedly greeted the old tree. Although they were both at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, the old tree was several times older than him. It was natural for him to call him Senior. You have all come for the 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water. However, since you haven't seen it, I'm sure you don't completely believe it. The old tree didn't waste time. He suddenly spat out several jade bottles and said, inside these are the top-grade immortal spring water. Feel it. After saying that, he extended a branch and removed the cork from the bottle. Immediately, a strong aura of life spread out. Wu Junying had actually taken the immortal spring water before, and it was already the maximum amount. It increased his lifespan by 10 years, so it wouldn't have any effect if he took it again. However, the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him ignored this side effect. Simply put, it was still effective for him. Come, try it. The old tree used a branch to pick up a few drops of the top-grade immortal spring water, and they fell in front of the elders. Wu Junying immediately swallowed a drop of the top-grade immortal spring water in front of him and felt it. Ordinary immortal spring water had no effect on him, but this drop of immortal spring water still had an effect on him. As expected, this was the top-grade immortal spring water. Senior, please name a price. Wu Junying directly asked. Everyone knew that he had taken the immortal spring water. Now that he said this, it proved that this immortal spring water was top grade. You are all smart people. You know the importance of this top grade immortal spring water. I won't cheat you. 1,000,000 fortune pills. The old tree opened and closed his mouth, but everyone around was stunned. 1,000,000 fortune pills. The group of disciples opened their mouths wide. 1,000,000 fortune pills was enough to create a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert. This big guy could really open his mouth. Senior, you're not joking. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying couldn't help but ask. Since you think I'm joking, then I'll take my leave. When the old tree heard this, it immediately got up and prepared to leave. Wait! At this time, Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, Senior, 1,000,000 fortune pills is not a small amount. Let me prepare for a few days. Oh. So you want it? The old tree was a little surprised. Yes, 1,000,000 fortune pills to buy 5 years' worth of top-grade immortal spring water is definitely worth it. Lu Tiangong said immediately. Worth it. This was definitely worth it. Even if they didn't need it, if they gave it to a higher-level faction, they would definitely be able to earn back 1,000,000 fortune pills, or even double it. Wait, I want it too. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying immediately responded. Both sides wanted it. What should they do? Since both of you want it, then it's difficult. How about this, I'll give it to whoever gathers the items first. The old tree swallowed a few jade bottles and said, also, the fortune pills can be exchanged with natural treasures and ores, as long as the amount is correct. 1,000,000 fortune pills was not something an ordinary person could take out. Even the entire Wu family probably couldn't take out that much. However, if they used natural treasures and ores, it might be possible. Alright, it'll go to whoever gets it first. Qingyang Sword Sect leader Wu Junying nodded. Chapter 1266. However, even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be easy to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills. It would take at least 2 or 3 days. 3 days. I'll give you 3 days. I'll stay in your Green Sun Sword Sect for these 3 days, continued the old tree. Alright, 3 days. Lu Tiangong nodded. In that case, you can all leave. I'll sleep here for 3 days. After the old tree finished speaking, it took root under the tree. In the blink of an eye, it formed a big tree nest, blocking everyone outside. Then, Grand Elder Lu Tiangong and sect leader Wu Junying looked at each other and left one after another with their people. Not only that, but the surrounding disciples also dispersed. After all, the old tree had already gone to rest, so there was no point in staying here. However, Wu Junying was thinking about something else. Junying, what do you think about this? Asked Wu Yong. Although Wu Junying was the sect leader, she was a generation younger than Wu Yong, so it was fine to call her by her name. Third uncle, 1,000,000 fortune pills isn't a small amount. Wu Junying sighed. Are you thinking of giving up? Wu Yong frowned. No, the old ancestor suffered too many injuries in his early years. I don't think he'll last more than 3 years. It's not that easy to break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm in 3 years. Wu Junying narrowed her eyes and said softly, why don't we use this opportunity to... Hearing this, Wu Yong's heart skipped a beat. He said in shock, don't tell me you're thinking of, that's right. Ever since the 2 great families of our Green Sun Sword Sect became estranged, they've been deteriorating day by day. So why don't we use this opportunity to uproot the Lu family? A murderous intent suddenly flashed through Wu Junying's eyes. The Lu family's ancestor and our Wu family's ancestor were good brothers after all. Wu Yong couldn't help but say, his heart trembling. Third uncle, you're too kind. If we don't get rid of the Lu family, our Green Sun Sword Sect will deteriorate day by day. We can't let this continue. Wu Junying shook her head and sighed. Third uncle, let's do it. But the Lu family has 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, and we only have 2. Who's going to deal with that old tree? Wu Yong continued. Wu Junying wanted to use this opportunity to get rid of the Lu family. At the same time, she wanted to kill the old tree and seize the supreme grade fountain of youth. To this question, Wu Junying only said a few words slowly. Flying Scorpion Stronghold, Underworld. After the Lu, Wu, and Green Sun Sword sect disciples left, Yi Xian also sneaked into the old tree's nest. Young master, I got this just now. When the old tree saw Yi Xian enter, he immediately threw the 10,000 rui pills at him. Without another word, Yi Xian devoured them all. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the second level of the fulfillment realm. The system prompted. Yi Xian was already close to breaking through to the second level of the fulfillment realm. Now that he had 10,000 fortune pills, it was enough for him to break through. However, he didn't devour all of them. He only devoured about 5,000 fortune pills and kept the rest. If he could get 1,000,000 more fortune pills, he might even be able to break through to the fourth level of the fulfillment realm, let alone the third level of the fulfillment realm. However, would it be that easy? These two families agreed so easily because of each other. I wonder if this transaction will go smoothly. Yi Xian thought to himself. If this transaction went well, then Lu Tiangong was dead meat. He didn't know if things would go so smoothly. If there were any unexpected changes, then he still had the old tree and almost 10,000 heaven-reaching beasts to back him up. What was there to be afraid of? Besides, it was still the same old saying. If he couldn't win in a fight, could he not run away? However, Yi Xian didn't plan to just sit around for these 3 days. He had to make use of these 3 days. Old tree, be careful. I'm going out for a while. Yi Xian said to the old tree in his mind. Go. I'll set up the giant tree protection barrier here. Even a 6th level fulfillment realm expert won't be able to break through in a short time. The old tree replied. All right. Yi Xian nodded. If the Wu family and the Lu family could really gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days, then he could break through the void and return with a single word from the old tree. Young master, where are we going? Luo Luo asked in the planting space. To the nearest city. Yi Xian replied. Right now, he lacked strength the most. Therefore, if he made good use of this time, he might be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm first. At that time, even if there were any unexpected changes in 3 days, he would be able to deal with them well. The Green Sun Sword sect is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Although they don't have a 6th level fulfillment realm expert, it would be a mess if they were discovered. Yi Xian continued to think in his mind. After all, he was currently making a purchase of 1,000,000 fortune pills. Even if he used the Eye of Control to earn money in the Green Sun Sword sect, he wouldn't be able to gather 1,000,000 fortune pills in 3 days. Unfortunately, the nearest city to the Qingyang Sword sect was 2 days away from here. Therefore, he had to hurry. He immediately left the Green Sun Sword sect and headed for Tigertail City. Tigertail City wasn't a small city. Yi Xian wanted to go there and buy some things along the way, such as ores. He had broken through to the second level of the fulfillment realm, but Wei Zhentian was still at the first level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he needed to use the remaining 5,000 fortune pills to increase Wei Zhentian's strength. As for the old tree, there was even less to worry about. The old tree could grow by consuming blood. Yi Xian had the bloodline of the divine tree of life in his body, so the old tree could break through just by absorbing his blood. After all, the higher Yi Xian's realm was, the more effective the bloodline of the divine tree of life would be. He didn't need to worry about the old tree's realm not being able to keep up. Very quickly, 2 days passed. 2 days later, Yi Xian successfully arrived at Tigertail City. Let's go buy some things first. Yi Xian thought to himself. He still had 500 pieces of wood essence in his devouring space. The heavenly treasure tree in his planting space had already devoured tens of thousands of wood essence, so he didn't need these 500 pieces. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the auction house. Ding! Control successful. Yi Xian directly used the Eye of Control to control the second level of the Fulfillment Realm Director of the auction house. Convert all of these wood essence and fortune pills into ores and cultivation treasures. We'll split them 50-50. Yi Xian gave the items to the director of the auction house who was controlled by the Eye of Control. There were only 5,000 fortune pills. Wood essence was good stuff. One piece was worth about 100 fortune pills. 500 pieces were worth 50,000 fortune pills. Previously, to put on a show, Yi Xian had also given Lu Yuanhang 500 pieces of wood essence. This was also a large sum, so the Lu family didn't feel that this trip to the wood essence primitive world was a loss. Chapter 1267. If all 50,000 fulfillment pills were exchanged for ores, it wouldn't be enough for Yi Xian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Therefore, he decided to split them equally. Besides, with the Eye of Control, he would definitely be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm within a day. Soon, the director of the auction house returned with a lot of things. Ding! Wei Xintian broke through. Ding! Wei Xintian broke through. The two system notifications caused Wei Xintian to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm. Now that the proper business was done, it was time to do some improper things. Where is the underworld branch of Huwei City? Yi Xian asked the director of the auction house directly. A person at the second level of the fulfillment realm should be qualified to know about the underworld branch. Since the director of the auction house was under control, he naturally reported the location directly. Although Mo Shui was already dead, he still had to find out about the mysterious underworld duo demons. Moreover, those assassins were all filthy rich and earned much more than they did in the auction house. After all, the director of the auction house had some power, but the truly valuable things could only be taken out by the higher-ups. Yi Xian was only at the second level of the fulfillment realm, so he could only take control of the second level of the fulfillment realm. There were a lot of people in the underworld. As long as he waited there and didn't have a cultivation higher than the second level of the fulfillment realm, then all the rewards would be his. While he was thinking, Yi Xian arrived at the underworld branch under a house. In this branch of the underworld, there were experts at the fifth level of the fulfillment realm guarding it. Yi Xian wanted to use the sword storm here, but unfortunately, there were still a large number of innocent people in the surroundings. He was afraid that they would be injured. After entering the underworld, Yi Xian immediately used the Eye of Control and began to control people. His targets were those at the first and second level of the fulfillment realm. These people could be controlled almost immediately. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. Ding! Control successful. The system notifications continued to ring. Yi Xian directly controlled 20 people and obtained their wealth, a total of 30,000 fulfillment pills. Not bad, not bad. Now I'll wait for people and control them as they come. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seemed that he would be able to break through to the third level of the fulfillment realm today. At the same time, he had already asked a servant to help him investigate those matters. He was sure that there would be a reply soon. However, just as Yi Xian was casually flipping through the mission list, his attention was attracted by a mission on the first page. This mission required a lot of manpower. A fulfillment realm expert would require 500 fulfillment pills, 3,000 for a second-level fulfillment realm expert, and 10,000 for a third-level fulfillment realm expert. As for the fourth and fifth level of the fulfillment realm, it was 50,000 and 200,000 respectively. 200,000 fortune pills to hire a fifth-level fulfillment realm cultivator was already very good. This kind of mission was very rare. There were only a handful of forces in the vicinity that could afford such a price. The Green Sun Sword Sect and the Flying Scorpion Stronghold were the only two major powers in the vicinity. Could it be the Liu family or the Wu family? Yi Xian immediately thought of these two clans. He took a closer look and realized that the gathering point was near the Green Sun Sword Sect. Moreover, the mission was issued half a day after they and the old tree had arrived at the Green Sun Sword Sect. A big mission like this requires a lot of investigation. Otherwise, if the mission is fake, it would waste a lot of people's time, Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that it should be the Liu family or the Wu family of the Green Sun Sword Sect. Moreover, this big mission required 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. It seemed that one of the clans of the Green Sun Sword Sect had made a big move. 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts would require 600,000 fortune pills. Including the rest of the people, it would cost at least 800,000. However, many people would die after the battle, so I can save a lot of money. Yi Xian thought to himself. He guessed that this mission was issued by either the Wu family or the Liu family. Their target was probably the other family. It was likely that the old tree was included as well. After all, the old tree had the top-grade immortal spring water. Otherwise, they would only need to hire 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts to annihilate another family. Why would they need 3? This mission is definitely not only issued in Huwei City. It's issued in other cities as well. I wonder how many people will go. Yi Xian thought to himself. The reward for this mission was very tempting. Moreover, there was a note in the mission that said that the spoils of war belonged to whoever obtained them. However, it was at this moment that Yi Xian saw a 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner from the corner of his eyes. His expression changed greatly. This 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner had just entered the Underworld branch. After seeing the mission, his face turned so green that one would think that he had hemorrhoids. Seeing this, Yi Xian subconsciously blinked his eyes and used the Eye of Control once. Ding! Control successful. The system notified. Immediately, this 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial artist was controlled. Then, Yi Xian walked over and asked directly, "What's your name?" "Master, my name is Liu Qingshan." The 9th-level Nether Passage Realm martial practitioner answered honestly. "Liu family." Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "Then what did you see just now? Why do you have such an ugly expression?" "It's this mission." Liu Qingshan answered directly. "My Liu family and the Wu family are not on good terms. I originally only wanted to accept a mission, but I didn't expect to see this." "Oh, then do you think it's the Liu family or the Wu family that issued it?" Yi Xian asked. Liu Qingshan shook his head and said, "I'm not sure, but I feel that the Wu family is going to act against my Liu family." "Is it the Wu family that issued it?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. No matter what, he probably had to rush back to the Green Sun Sword Sect because the gathering time had passed. These missions are issued through a special method. If I rush back now, I definitely won't make it in time. However, I have the Eye of the Void, Yi Xian thought to himself. Previously, when he came here, he also rode on Whitey and spent 2 days. This was because Huwei City was a big city. This mission could not only be issued in Huwei City, but also in the small cities around the Green Sun Sword Sect. Perhaps a powerful assassin passing by saw this mission and rushed to the gathering place. However, Old Tree had not sent any news, so Yi Xian still had some matters to attend to. "Old Tree, you have to be careful on your side. The Liu family and the Wu family may have a big battle. The Wu family has many experts, and you're also a target." He could not miss the battle between the Wu family and the Liu family. "Don't worry. Ever since I gained this recovery ability, my giant tree protection barrier has become several times stronger. Even if the entire Green Sun Sword sect attacks me, it won't be that easy to break through. Chapter 1268. Ever since it signed a contract with Yi Xian, the old tree had the same regenerative abilities as Yi Xian. The giant tree's protection barrier was actually formed by the old tree's tough branches. With such astonishing regenerative abilities, it would not be so easy to break through even if the Lu and Wu families worked together. Good, then I'm relieved. Yi Xian nodded. Although he had signed a contract with the old tree was different from Megatron. It was not a treasure. In short, the old tree could die. However, just as he finished speaking, the old tree said, "Young master, someone's coming." Far away in Huwei City, Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. Someone's coming. Who is it? Is it the Wu family or the Lu family? It's the Wu family's sect master, Wu Junying. He says he's gathered 1,000,000 fortune pills and wants to make a deal. The old tree continued. Don't open the barrier yet. I'll go back immediately. Yi Xian immediately said. He had originally planned to break through to the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm before returning, but now, it was probably too late. He had to go back immediately. He immediately broke through the void and returned to the Green Yang Sword sect, near the old tree. He immediately sensed for a moment and found that there were not that many experts. It seemed that the gathered assassins were still nearby, waiting for the Wu family's signal. Lu Qingshan felt that the Wu family was going to make a move this time, but he did not have time to send a message. However, there might be Lu family members in the cities around the Green Yang Sword sect. Perhaps the Lu family already knew about this. Senior, I've already prepared the items. They will arrive at the Green Yang Sword sect soon. Why don't we go and receive them together? Wu Junying, the Green Yang Sword sect master, said respectfully outside the giant tree's protection barrier. When he heard this, Yi Xian coldly snorted in his mind. Once they receive them, they probably won't be able to come back, right? He knew that the old tree had become the Wu family's first target, and then the Lu family. The old tree and Yi Xian could communicate telepathically. After receiving Yi Xian's instructions, he replied, "There's no need. This old man can still afford to wait. We'll talk about it when you arrive." Originally, the Wu family had wanted to lure the old tree out and kill him quickly. Then, they would use other forces to deal with the Lu family. However, the old tree was not coming out now. This was a trap. "Junying, what do we do now?" Elder Wu Yong said. "Third uncle, inform the others to attack immediately." Wu Junying bellowed. Although they didn't manage to invite a 5th-level fulfillment realm expert from Hell, they did manage to hire one from Flying Scorpion Village at a high price. If they really wanted to calculate, they would be much stronger than the Lu family. Moreover, the Lu family probably didn't know what they were doing, so they could launch a sneak attack. As long as the Lu family was reduced in number, the success rate of the battle would increase again. All right. Wu Yong nodded and left quietly. This scene fell into Yi Xian's eyes. Immediately, he told Lu Yuanhang everything he knew. The Lu family and the Wu family had always been at odds with each other, so there were always people keeping an eye on sect master Wu Junying's movements. When Wu Junying approached the giant tree protection barrier, someone had already reported to Lu Yuanhang and Lu Gaoyang. They immediately gathered around. "Father, my informant in the Wu family just sent news that the Wu family has issued a major mission in Hell. It seems that they're going to attack us today." Lu Yuanhang said. "What? A major mission in Hell? How many people?" Lu Gaoyang asked in shock. "The mission is to find 3 5th-level fulfillment realm experts and give them 200,000 fulfillment pills each." Lu Yuanhang reported. 200,000 fulfillment pills. When he heard this, Lu Gaoyang shuddered and his expression changed drastically. It seems that the Wu family really wants to destroy our Lu family this time. Quick, inform everyone. Yes. Immediately, someone quickly left to inform the Lu family's upper echelons. Then, 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and the news spread throughout the Lu family. If the Wu family wanted to attack the Lu family, then everyone would have to evacuate from the Green Yang sword sect. The Lu family didn't expect the Wu family to attack them. This time, they were in trouble. Soon, Lu Tiangong found out about this matter and quickly rushed over. Sect Master, you've gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills. Of course. Although I don't have enough fulfillment pills, I used other treasures to make up for it. Wu Junying nodded. Lu Tiangong naturally didn't believe this answer. At this moment, he was very nervous. The Wu family and the Lu family had been fighting for 100 years, but the Green Yang sword sect was jointly established by the ancestors of the two families. It shouldn't be to the point of killing. However, he underestimated Wu Junying's methods. If Lu Yuanhang's information was correct, Wu Junying had probably already gone to inform the assassins. However, it was obviously impossible for the entire Lu family to evacuate from the Green Yang sword sect now. After all, the Lu family still had manifestation realm martial artists who couldn't keep up with the speed. Therefore, the Lu family could only ally with one person. No, it wasn't a person, but a tree. Senior old tree, can I see you now? Lu Tiangong asked hurriedly. See what? If the item isn't here, I won't see you. The old tree's voice came from the giant tree protection barrier. The Lu family's only choice now was to cooperate with the old tree. However, the old tree didn't want to see him now. What should they do? Old tree, actually, I've already gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills. I want to make the deal now. Lu Tiangong had no choice but to say so. As soon as he said that, the expression of the Green Yang sword sect master, Wu Junying, changed. Impossible, you can't have gathered it. Since you have it, then come in. If you don't, then you're just making fun of me. I, old tree, don't have such a good temper. The old tree snorted coldly. Yes. Lu Tiangong nodded slightly. Immediately after, the giant tree protection barrier broke open a hole on Lu Tiangong's side. When Lu Tiangong saw it, he hurriedly rushed in. Seeing Lu Tiangong enter, Wu Junying's expression changed drastically. She thought to herself, impossible. The Lu family couldn't have gathered 1,000,000 fulfillment pills in such a short time. He must be spouting nonsense. Looks like he's already seen through my plan. However, since he already knows, why hasn't the Lu family made a move yet? They're still like a sheet of loose sand now. His mission was listed at the top of the list by the underworld, so it was easy to see. At the same time, he didn't see any big missions other than the one he issued, so the Lu family probably didn't have a backup plan. Since they knew, why didn't they make arrangements secretly and then find helpers? They didn't even send the Lu family disciples away in advance. Therefore, Wu Junying was very surprised. Chapter 1269. However, so what if the deal was a success? Wouldn't the Wu family own the supreme grade fountain of youth in the end? At this time, Lu Tiangong had already entered the giant tree protection barrier and saw the old tree. What do you want? The old tree couldn't help but ask. Lu Tiangong trembled when he heard this. Shouldn't the old tree be making a direct deal? Why did he ask about it? Could it be that he also felt that the atmosphere was a little off? Senior, the Wu family has sent experts from the underworld to kill you, followed by the Lu family. Lu Tiangong went straight to the point. Oh, I know. The old tree nodded slightly. This answer shocked Lu Tiangong again. The old tree had stayed here for 3 days and hadn't moved at all. How did he know? Could it be that he had clairvoyant ears? Senior, you're alone. Why don't you work with us? As long as we destroy the Wu family, the Lu family is willing to take out 1,000,000 fortune pills as compensation. Lu Tiangong said. 1,000,000 fortune pills were just compensation, not money for the supreme grade fountain of youth. 1,000,000 fortune pills to hire a 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert was already too much. However, Lu Tiangong felt that the old tree wasn't an ordinary person. Since he knew that the Wu family was going to attack him, yet he still stayed here, he obviously had some tricks up his sleeve. Don't talk nonsense. How much do you have now? Give it to me, the old tree stretched out his hand. Now. Lu Tiangong raised an eyebrow, but when he saw that the situation had taken a turn for the better, he immediately took off his own universe ring and threw it over. There weren't many things in this universe ring because Lu Tiangong had used it to nurture the Lu family disciples. Even so, this universe ring was worth 100,000 fortune pills. These are the down payment. When the underworld assassins come in later, I'll catch them off guard. The old tree looked calm and composed, which made Lu Tiangong sigh in relief. It seemed that this old tree did have some tricks up his sleeve. Thank you, Senior. Lu Tiangong hurriedly thanked him. He hadn't revealed much of his strength. At least Wu Junying and the others didn't know his true strength. With the eye of myriad forms, he could block 2 Wu family experts at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm all by himself. If the Wu family only had 1 helper at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, then they might not necessarily lose this battle because the Lu family also had a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. Since the Wu family wanted to destroy the Lu family didn't need to worry about anything else. In one word, fight. After the discussion, Lu Tiangong prepared to leave the giant tree protection barrier. However, right at this moment, which scoundrel dares to behave atrociously in my Qingyang sword sect? A loud shout entered everyone's ears. In the sky far away from the Green Sun Sword Sect, a group of experts came, causing the elders of the Green Sun Sword Sect to shout. There were more than 100 people in this group, and the leaders were 3 4th-level fulfillment realm experts. Due to the lack of time, no one at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm passed by. Therefore, the strongest one was at the 4th level of the fulfillment realm. Seeing this, the other 5th-level fulfillment realm expert of the Lu family let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the Lu family might not be wiped out in this battle. At this moment, the middle-aged man in the lead said loudly, "Sect Master Wu, you are truly heartless. You actually want to carry out a sect cleansing." Hearing this, the Green Sun Sword sect disciples present were shocked. This group of assassins was actually invited by Sect Master Wu. Shut up. I didn't invite you here to spout nonsense. Wu Junying shouted angrily. This sentence undoubtedly confirmed the words of the middle-aged assassin just now. These people were really invited by Wu Junying. Sect Master, why did you invite these assassins? A Lu family elder couldn't help but ask. In truth, he already knew, but he still wanted to ask clearly and let the surrounding disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect know that the sect master was a treacherous person. Since she had already admitted it, Wu Junying didn't plan to hide it anymore. She said loudly, "Lu Tiangong, I will give you a chance now. If you leave the Green Sun Sword sect now, I can spare your lives." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present could not help but gasp in shock. As expected, the Wu family invited assassins this time to destroy the Lu family. Not to mention the disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect, even outsiders knew about the 2 major factions in the sect. Now that Wu Junying had invited so many experts, it was obvious that she wanted to drive the Lu family away. When the Lu family heard this, their faces turned ashen and very ugly. The Lu family had worked hard in the Green Sun Sword sect, even if they didn't contribute. Besides, once the Lu family left, the Green Sun Sword sect would only have 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts left. Wu Junying, you want to drive my Lu family away just because of this supreme-grade immortal spring water. Lu Tiangong walked out of the giant wood protection barrier and glared at Wu Junying. This is not my idea alone, but the idea of my Wu family's 2 ancestors. Saying this, Wu Junying also turned around. At this time, 2 figures walked out of the Wu family camp. These 2 were the Wu family's 5th-stage fulfillment realm experts. One of them was called Wu Qianshan, and the other was called Wu Qianshui. The older brother, Wu Qianshan, was already 185 years old. In a few years, he would probably die. The younger brother, Wu Qianshui, was only 170 years old. He could live for many more years. This time, the Wu family wanted to buy the supreme-grade immortal spring water for Wu Qianshan. This way, the immortal spring water might be able to cure some of Wu Qianshan's hidden injuries and let him live for another 10 years. If he made a breakthrough in 10 years, he could live for a few more years. Driving the Lu family away was the decision made by the Wu family as a whole. If the Lu family didn't agree, then they had no choice but to destroy them. Lu Tiangong, we originally wanted to directly attack, but the ancestors of our 2 families have a very deep relationship after all, and your Lu family has also contributed to my Azure Yang sword sect, so you should leave. Wu Qianshan replied with an old voice. This voice was even more aged than the old tree. He sounded like he was on his last breath. Wu Qianshan, are you really going to be so heartless? A Lu family elder walked out. He was the 5th-stage fulfillment realm expert in the Lu family other than Lu Tiangong. His name was Lu Heng. He was 1 generation older than Lu Tiangong. Lu Heng, we once fought side by side. Let's go. Wu Qianshan sighed. The reason why the Wu family didn't attack immediately was mainly because he had some friendship with Lu Heng. Wu Qianshan, you want my Wu family to leave? Impossible. If you want to attack, then come. Lu Heng snorted coldly. Big brother, since the Lu family doesn't cherish the opportunity, then let's fight, Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui yelled. Lu Heng, you really don't want to leave? Wu Qianshan couldn't help but ask again. You want us to leave? Impossible. Chapter 1270. That's right, we're not leaving. The Green Yang sword sect was established by our 2 ancestors. Why should we, the Lu family, leave? If you want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid. The disciples of the Lu family shouted one after another. Shut up. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted, Wu family, do you really think you can defeat us today? Hearing this, Wu Junying couldn't help but say, Lu Tiangong, do you think you can fight us if you team up with Old Tree? Do you think you can destroy the Lu family with these assassins? Lu Tiangong snorted. He thought the Wu family would find 5th-level fulfillment realm experts to help, but now, there were only 3 4th-level fulfillment realm experts. The rest were nothing to be afraid of. The Lu family also had Old Tree at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. On the whole, the Lu family's strength should be slightly superior. But did the Wu family only invite Underworld Palace's assassins? Ha ha ha, Lu Tiangong, do you think I only prepared? At this time, Wu Junying suddenly laughed. What? Hearing this, the Lu family people were shocked. Wu Junying had invited other people? Immediately, they thought of a force. There was only one force in this area that could invite experts in 2 days. Flying Scorpion Stronghold. While they were still in shock, another figure shot out from behind the Wu family's camp. This person was tall and sturdy, and had no hair. There was a black scorpion tattoo on the top of his head, and the big hammer in his hand was stained with dried blood. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion. Lu Tiangong immediately recognized this bald man. Yes, this bald man was Flying Scorpion Stronghold's chief, Flying Scorpion. He was a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. When this person appeared, the Lu family people's expressions turned ugly. Originally, they had 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts, but now the Wu family also had 3 5th level fulfillment realm experts. No, it was more than 3. Me too. As soon as the voice fell, another figure attacked. This was a middle-aged man in blue clothes. Flying Scorpion Stronghold's second chief, Poison Scorpion. Lu Tiangong's face twitched. The Wu family, how much did they spend to invite 2 5th level fulfillment realm experts? However, the appearance of the venomous scorpion frightened the Wu family. I only invited Flying Scorpion. Why is venomous scorpion here? Wu Junying was puzzled. Sect Master Wu, you spent 400,000 fortune pills to invite my big brother. I don't need that much. 300,000 fortune pills is enough. Scorpion laughed loudly. I only need 1. Wu Junying gritted his teeth and said. He could faintly sense the other party's intentions. 200,000 fulfillment pills was enough to hire a 5th level fulfillment realm expert. In order to deal with the Lu family, he had doubled the number of flying scorpions to help. But now, Poison Scorpion had actually tagged along as well. However, he wasn't giving it away for free. Instead, he was asking for 300,000 fortune pills. 400,000 plus 300,000, that was 700,000. In addition to those assassins, he had spent nearly 1,000,000 Rui pills. This was not a small number. Sect Master Wu, you don't understand the current situation. If I didn't come, your Wu clan would only have 3 5th stage fulfillment realm experts, and the Lu clan would only have 3 5th stage fulfillment realm experts. If I were to come, then your Wu clan would have 4 members. Annihilating the Lu clan would be even more dependable. Scorpion sneered. There's no need. Wu Junying snorted coldly. He knew that Scorpion was here to take advantage of the situation and make a lot of money. After all, such a big order was not something that could be casually accepted. If that's the case, then forget it. After Scorpion finished speaking, he suddenly turned his head and said, Big brother, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Why don't we have a match today? When Flying Scorpion heard this, he chuckled and said, Sure. This sentence caused the hearts of the Wu clan members to tremble. What did Scorpion mean? Sparring. Could it be that Scorpion was going to side with the Lu clan? Lu clan, Scorpion, will be here today. I'll give you a discount. 250,000 fulfillment pills. Do you want them? Scorpion suddenly shouted at Lu Tiangong. As expected. When those words fell into the ears of the people present, they all had the same guess in their hearts. Now, it seemed that Scorpion really did have such intentions. The Wu clan had spent 400,000 fulfillment pills to hire Flying Scorpion. If the Lu clan hired Scorpion, then wouldn't the Wu clan have wasted 400,000 fulfillment pills? At this moment, it was the Wu clan members' turn to have ugly expressions. Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianxue glared at the 2 fort leaders of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. It seemed that they were going to be cruelly robbed today. This was not the main point. The main point was that if they chased the Lu clan out of the Green Sun Sword Sect, then their strength would be the same as that of the Flying Scorpion stronghold, with only 2 5th level fulfillment realm experts. No matter what, the Flying Scorpion stronghold would be the biggest beneficiary today. After hearing Scorpion's words, Lu Tiangong's eyes lit up. He was about to speak when Wu Junying beat him to it and said, All right, 300,000 fulfillment pills. I accept. Ha, Sect Leader Wu, you're so straightforward. My big brother and I will listen to your orders today. Scorpion laughed and said, however, us brothers have the same rules. We'll pay half of the deposit first. Flying Scorpion had paid 400,000 fulfillment pills, while Scorpion had paid 300,000 fulfillment pills. The two added up to 700,000 fulfillment pills, so half would be 350,000. Before this, Flying Scorpion had already received the deposit, but Scorpion had not. Damn it, you two blood-sucking scumbags. After today, I'll make you spit out all of them. Wu Juning's expression was dark. She took out a big bag from her universe ring and threw it to Scorpion, saying, only 150,000. Alright, 150,000 first. After this is done, I'll give you 200,000. Scorpion put away the bag happily. Now, the Wu clan had 4 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, while the Lu clan only had 3. Damn it. Seeing this, Lu Tiangong and Lu Hing cursed in their hearts. Originally, the Lu clan still had a chance to turn things around. However, with the addition of Scorpion, the Lu clan was in even more danger now. Lu Heng, I'll give you one more chance. If the Lu clan leaves just like this, we won't do anything. Wu Qianshan emphasized once more. Hearing this, Lu Heng turned to look at the Lu clan disciples behind him and said resolutely, you want us to leave? Impossible. Today, only one of our clans can survive. Sigh, if that's the case, then so be it. Wu Qianshan sighed and said, the battle between our clans will only be limited to the fulfillment realm. Those in the Nether Passage realm should not join. If my Wu clan loses, I hope that your Lu clan can let the others go. If your Lu clan loses, we will let them go as well. All right. Lu Heng replied immediately. Chapter 1271. In terms of strength, the Lu family currently had 2 5th-stage fulfillment realm cultivators, 1 old tree, and over 300 fulfillment realm cultivators. The Wu family's strength was about the same, but they still had 100 assassins and 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Before the battle even started, the members of the Lu family already knew their fate. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he mixed in with the crowd of disciples. The two families were not on good terms, but they fought to the point of life and death. This was a world where the strong were respected. For the sake of profit, anything was possible. However, he did not plan to stand by and watch. He was prepared to make a big scene. Old Tree had already obtained many benefits. As long as he gave them to him, he could break through to the 3rd stage of the fulfillment realm. At that time, there would not be many people present who could stop him. He might be the one who benefited the most today, and not the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. Lu Yuanhang is now my man. Although Lu Tiangong has a grudge against me, I will stand with the Lu family today. After all, Lu Tiangong will be killed by me. Yi Xian thought in his heart. When Mo Shui died at his hands, Nalan Bing was furious. This was everyone's temper. If they had a grudge against them, they would want to kill them with their own hands to vent their anger. If they died at the hands of others, this anger would continue to accumulate, which was not good for their state of mind. Yi Xian's plan was very simple. He would help the Lu family win this battle, then settle the score with Lu Tiangong and ask about the mysterious underworld duo demons. At this time, the atmosphere was very tense. The disciples of the Green Sun Sword sect had all retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected. No one would have thought that such a big battle would occur in the Green Sun Sword sect. Moreover, it was between their own people, and the experts of the Flying Scorpion stronghold. However, in their hearts, they all thought that the Lu family would lose. Seeing that no one had made a move yet, Yi Xian quickly moved closer to the old tree. When the battle began, he would immediately break through to the 3rd stage of the fulfillment realm and kill everyone. All Wu family members, listen to my order. Kill. After a few seconds of silence, Wu Juning shouted out loud. Immediately, all of the Wu family members rushed towards the Lu family. At the same time, the group of assassins also acted according to the situation. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion, you two stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. When the battle began, the Wu family ancestor, Wu Qianshan, shouted loudly and rushed in another direction. This direction was the old tree's giant wood protection enchantment. Wu Qianshan was like a lamp that had run out of oil. After this battle, he would lose some of his lifespan, so he had to obtain the immortal spring water. Azure Sun Break. Wu Qianshan, who was at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm, immediately channeled his lifeblood true energy and attacked the giant wood barrier. Boom! The sword light pierced through the air and landed on the giant tree protection barrier, breaking many of the tough branches. However, after these branches were broken, they quickly recovered. What a strong recovery ability! Wu Qianshan's face sank. At this moment, another figure flashed over. Big brother, let me help you. Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui, came to help. The Lu family only had 2 5th-level fulfillment realm experts, so the 2 fort masters of the Flying Scorpion stronghold were enough to stop them. Therefore, Wu Qianshan wanted to kill the old tree first. After that, the situation would be more or less stabilized. In their hearts, the old tree's combat strength was probably not as good as Lu Heng's, so they wanted to kill him first. However, they were wrong. Ha ha ha, my giant tree protection enchantment is not something that just anyone can break. The old tree's loud laughter came from the giant tree nest. At the same time, Yi Xian had also arrived. Then, the old tree hastily broke open a hole and let Yi Xian in. Little young master, this is for you. Go on a killing spree. The old tree tossed all the things he obtained from Lu Tiangong to Yi Xian. Alright, old tree, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and directly swallowed the items that were worth 100,000 fulfillment pills. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm. The system notification caused Yi Xian's strength to undergo a tremendous change. He was at the 3rd level of the fulfillment realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to deal with someone at the 5th level of the fulfillment realm. However, don't forget that he still had the slaughter feast and other trump cards. Ding! The host has triggered a random quest. Kill 100 Wu family fulfillment realm experts by yourself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die. Reward for completing the quest, all targets will experience a breakthrough once. Another system notification sounded, and Yi Xian was stunned. This was the first time he had seen a random quest like this. However, the reward was too tempting. All targets could experience a breakthrough once. This meant that the old tree could break through to the 6th level of the fulfillment realm after the quest was completed. I must kill 100 Wu family experts by myself, and make sure that no more than 100 Lu family fulfillment realm experts die, Yi Xian quickly thought in his mind. The Wu family was mentioned in the quest, which meant that it didn't include assassins. Therefore, he had to focus on the Wu family. As long as he killed 100 Wu family members by himself, the battle was more or less over. No matter how many Lu family members died, he probably wouldn't lose more than 100. Wei Jintian, don't use Bladestorm this time. Yi Xian said in his mind. Wei Jintian's Bladestorm was an ultimate move. This quest looked a little troublesome, but it was actually very simple. Don't forget, there was still Luoluo. Yi Xian immediately left the giant tree protection barrier. Now, it was time for him to show off his skills. Come, Dark Night Sky. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. In the next moment, the sky started to darken. Dark Night Sky was the reward of the random quest in the Wood Spirit primitive world where he destroyed the Great Bacterial Empire. It could turn the sky into night, and it had a cooldown of 1 day. This way, Yi Xian would have the passive effect of the assassination state. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark? Everyone, be careful. Everyone around was shocked. Why did the sky suddenly become covered with dark clouds? Moreover, it was incomparably dark, without a trace of light. Fortunately, the ones fighting were all fulfillment realm experts with spiritual senses, so they could still fight. Feast of Slaughter. Yi Xian hid in the darkness, and the passive effect of the assassination state took effect. His combat strength and speed were both significantly improved. Kill! After he roared in his mind, he also charged out. At the same time, Luo also appeared and used the Eye of Enchantment. The appearance of this large pink eyeball under the night sky attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 1272. Kill! Luo gave the order directly. Immediately, ambushes appeared within the Wu family. Whoosh! 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 Rays of sword energy pierced through the air. The controlled Wu family experts began to attack their own people. Under the circumstances of the ambush, the 50 people killed more than 20 people in an instant. At this time, Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, began to kill. His targets were the Wu family experts at the first, second, and third level of the fulfillment realm. As expected, although the mission is a solo kill, Luo is my slave. If her controlled targets kill the Wu family members, it will be on my head. Yi Xian thought to himself. It seems that this random mission is very simple. In the blink of an eye, 50 people were killed. The Wu family, and assassins' first charge only killed a dozen or so people. What's going on? Wu Junying, the sect master of Green Sun Sword Sect, and the others did not understand the situation. Why would those people from the Wu family suddenly attack their own people? Could it be that they were bought by the Lu family beforehand? No, it's that pink eyeball. It's controlling them. Wu Qianshan and the others immediately reacted. Unfortunately, Luo had already attacked. 100-layer Demon Fox Avatar. Rainbow Demon Fire, 1000-layer Explosion. Luo used her signature move and bombarded the Wu family team. Bang! 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 In the air, a series of huge waves were set off, and the rumbling sounds were unceasing. Although Luo was only at the first level of the fulfillment realm, she was strong enough to challenge those above her level. Moreover, she was very good at group attacks. In just one round of bombardment, more than a dozen fulfillment realm martial practitioners had fallen, and one of them was a Wu family expert at the third level of the fulfillment realm. 30. 40. 50. The kill count in Yi Xian's mind kept increasing. After breaking through to the third level of the fulfillment realm, he could almost instantly kill third-level fulfillment realm experts. He did not even need to use the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation. Peerless Flame Dragon Slash. Eye of Nirvana. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, madly killed the Wu family experts. Second brother. Seeing this, Wu Qianshan immediately shouted and rushed out at the same time. The Eye of Charm and Luo had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Otherwise, things would be troublesome. At the same time, he also discovered that a person suspected to be an assassin was slaughtering the experts of the Wu family. Yes, big brother. Wu Qianshui nodded and immediately flew towards Luo. Originally, the two ancestors of the Wu family had been aiming for the old tree, but now, they had no choice but to leave. After fighting for so long, you want to leave now? The old tree inside the giant tree protection barrier suddenly laughed loudly. Then, the giant tree protection barrier quickly grew, directly blocking Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. Divine Wood Prison, stay here obediently. The old tree's voice fell into Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's ears. At this time, they discovered that they were trapped in a prison of branches. Breakthrough! Wu Qianshan shouted and joined hands with Wu Qianshui to attack one point. The defense of the Divine Wood prison was slightly weaker than the giant tree protection barrier, but the old tree didn't plan to trap them for too long. 3 seconds was enough. 3 seconds might seem like a short time, but the people fighting right now were all fulfillment realm experts. To them, 3 seconds felt like an eternity. If Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were trapped for 3 seconds, the outcome of this battle would be decided. At this time, in the distant sky. This is bad. The 2 ancestors of the Wu family are trapped. Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion's expressions changed. Their mission was to stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. But now, things were not as easy as they and the Wu family had imagined. The Wu family had a few more difficult missions, so it was hard to say who would win this battle. Luo, Yi Xian, and the old tree. These 3 people made a move, and in the blink of an eye, the Lu family, who was at a disadvantage, crushed the Wu family with overwhelming momentum. The situation suddenly became frightening. Big brother, what should we do? When Poison Scorpion saw this scene, he quickly moved to Flying Scorpion's side and asked. It doesn't look good. Flying Scorpion shook his head and said, I didn't expect the Lu family to be hiding so many experts. No wonder they are so calm. Then Poison Scorpion frowned. Watch a little longer. If the situation is not good, we will leave immediately. Flying Scorpion shouted and charged toward Lu Tiangong again. Yi Xian and Luo's appearance disrupted the Wu family's formation. Even the Lu family did not know where Yi Xian and Luo came from. Could it be that they were acting bravely? What a joke! Wait, that little girl. At this time, Lu Tiangong's eyes flashed as if he thought of something. Before he escorted the Xian Ming duo to the next location, the Xian Ming duo gave him a portrait. The person in the portrait was a girl of the fox race, Luo. He did not expect to meet her here. The 2 seniors said that this girl of the fox race was with the young man who left that day. Could that young man be here too? Lu Tiangong suddenly thought of Yi Xian who broke through the void and left that day. However, he did not have time to think because Flying Scorpion was already charging toward him. Right now, he had to settle the battle between the 2 families first. Flying Scorpion, how dare you interfere? I will make sure you don't return. Lu Tiangong suddenly shouted. In the next moment, his left eye patch turned into nothingness. The eye of myriad forms. Ordinary people needed to move to use the power of myriad forms, but Lu Tiangong, who had the eye of myriad forms, could use it from a distance. Flying Scorpion immediately felt an additional power of myriad forms in his body. Is this the power of the eye of myriad forms? But it can't do anything to me. Flying Scorpion snorted coldly in his heart. At the same time, he was glad that Lu Tiangong only had 1 eye of myriad forms. If there were 2, it would be troublesome. As for Lu Tiangong's other eye of myriad forms, no one knew where it was. In an instant, the 2 of them continued to fight. At the same time, the battle between the Wu family and the Lu family had reached its climax. Ding! The host has achieved the first requirement of the random mission. Yi Xian, who was hiding in the darkness, suddenly heard the system's voice in his mind. The first requirement of the random mission was to kill 100 of the Wu family's experts. He achieved it so quickly, Yi Xian did not expect it. After all, the battle had only started for 3 seconds. The Wu family originally had more than 300 people. Now that 100 of them were dead, there were only 200 left. Fortunately, they had the help of the assassins from the underworld. However, only 30 or so people from the Lu family had died. Chapter 1273. Now that the mission is complete, it's time to protect the Lu family experts. Yi Xian thought to himself as he charged toward the 4th-level fulfillment realm martial practitioners. The Lu family and the Wu family both had more than a dozen 4th-level fulfillment realm elders. As long as the Wu family had experts of this level, the outcome of this battle would be decided. However, at this moment, 2 figures suddenly flew out from the divine wood cage in the distance. Young master, I underestimated them. I only trapped them for a second. Old Tree said guiltily. It's fine. We'll take one each. Yi Xian didn't care. They were just 5th-level fulfillment realm experts. It was nothing. After all, he had used the Eye of Control to control a new batch of experts. They were all 3rd-level fulfillment realm experts. These people were all assassins. They were still in hiding and hadn't been exposed yet. You're the Wu family forefather, right? How dare you target my supreme great eternal spring? You're courting death. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he charged forward. Doppelganger. Eye of Glory. Killing Intent Eruption. Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword Formation. Yi Xian used his trump cards and charged toward Wu Qianshan. It's you. Wu Qianshan's eyes turned red as he recognized Yi Xian. He was trapped in the Divine Wood prison earlier, and Yi Xian was hidden in the darkness. Even he couldn't find him. Now that Yi Xian had exposed himself, there was still a chance to turn the situation around if Yi Xian was killed. However, he was too naive. You guys, attack. Yi Xian gave orders to the 20 or so 3rd-level fulfillment realm experts under his control. They immediately began to ambush the surrounding Wu family experts. Amidst the explosions, the Wu family experts fell one after another. They were caught off guard. What? The surrounding people were shocked. Why did the hired assassins suddenly betray the Wu family? Was it because of the pink eyeball? Kill. Anyone who goes against my Wu family, kill them all. Wu Junying, the sect master of the Green Sun Sword sect, roared loudly. More than 30 members of the Wu clan had turned traitor. Now, even the assassins had turned traitor. This was going to be troublesome. Second brother, let's go. When Fei Xia saw this, he didn't dare to stay any longer and left immediately. Go. Scorpion left as well. Of course, the main reason why the Flying Scorpion left was because Lu Tiangong was too powerful. If the battle continued for another 10 seconds, the Flying Scorpion would probably be killed by Lu Tiangong alone. The outcome had already been decided. The Wu family had lost. Flying Scorpion, Poison Scorpion, you two motherf asterisk curs. Seeing Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion leaving, the sect leader of Green Sun Sword sect, Wu Junying, couldn't help but shout furiously. He had spent 350,000 Rui pills as a deposit, but he never expected that Flying Scorpion would become a deserter in less than 5 seconds after the battle started. Most importantly, once they left, who could stop Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng? Lu Tiangong looked at Fei Xia and Poison Scorpion with a flicker in his eyes. Although he really wanted to kill Fei Xia and Poison Scorpion, he didn't have the time. At this moment, he turned his gaze to a battlefield. Over there were 5 figures fighting. Old Tree was fighting with Wu Qianshui, while Wu Qianshan was being held back by a pair of twins. This wasn't the main point. The main point was that Wu Qianshan was actually at a disadvantage. That brat, Lu Tiangong's body trembled. As expected. Lu Tiangong had already confirmed that Luoluo was the person the Xianming duo was looking for. Now that he saw Yi Xian, he was even more certain of this. However, he was surprised that Yi Xian, who had fled like a mouse when he saw him, was only at the 9th level of the Nether Passage realm. However, Yi Xian had grown to the point where he could contend with Wu Qianshan in such a short time. Didn't this mean that Yi Xian could also fight with him? Lu Tiangong hesitated when he thought of the Xian Ming duo's reward. As long as he captured Luoluo, he would be able to obtain a huge reward, the shattering superpower. However, Yi Xian and Luoluo were helping the Lu family now. Without these two people, they would be the ones being suppressed. If he attacked Luoluo now, it wouldn't be right. Let's take care of the Wu family first. Lu Tiangong immediately made his decision. This was the right decision. After all, if he attacked Luoluo, Yi Xian would very likely switch sides with the Wu family. At that time, the Lu family would be the one to be destroyed. Immediately, he and Lu Hing rushed toward Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui. The Wu family originally had 4 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. Now that Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion had left, there were only 2 left. At the same time, the invited assassins from the underworld also left when they saw that the situation wasn't right. The Wu family's original 400 people quickly dropped to 100 people. The Lu family, on the other hand, had twice as many people as them. The battle was already over. However, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui were both 5th-level Fulfillment Realm experts. To Yi Xian, they were an enormous amount of killing intent, so he couldn't miss this opportunity. Yi Xian, who was attacking Wu Qianshan, suddenly felt 2 auras. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Tiangong and Lu Heng. Are these 2 people going to fight me, or are they going to team up? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Although he had changed his appearance and his aura, Luoluo and the Ice and Fire Twin Dragon Sword formation had exposed him. Therefore, he guessed that Lu Tiangong should have recognized him. Yi Xian thought in his heart that if Lu Tiangong attacked him, then he would immediately switch sides to the Wu family and directly kill Lu Tiangong. However, he felt that Lu Tiangong wasn't that stupid. After all, one wrong move could cause the entire game to be lost. If Lu Tiangong dared to attack him, the Lu family might still be the winner, but they would still be slaughtered by Yi Xian. I'll help you. Lu Tiangong shouted and charged toward Wu Qianshan. In fact, when Flying Scorpion and Poison Scorpion left, Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui knew that they were going to die today. Lu Tiangong, remember our agreement. Wu Qianshan shouted. Before the battle, they had an agreement that the winner couldn't attack anyone below the Fulfillment Realm. In other words, they couldn't kill them all. Now that the Wu family was defeated, Wu Qianshan naturally had to protect his own clansmen. Okay. Lu Tiangong immediately replied. As long as the Wu family's Fulfillment Realm experts were all dead, they wouldn't be a threat to the Lu family. There was no need to kill them all. Big brother. Wu Qianshui, who was fighting Old Tree nearby, suddenly shouted. He suddenly thought of something. At this time, Wu Qianshan shouted and directly used the long sword in his hand to cut his own neck. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. The Wu family's ancestor, Wu Qianshan, actually committed suicide. The F***ck. Yi Xian was shocked. This was a huge amount of killing intent, how could he let it go so easily? However, he was still one step too slow. Rip. With a crisp sound, a head was thrown into the air. Chapter 1274. Yi Xian was stunned. He thought, why is Lu Tiangong here? If he did it himself, he could definitely kill Wu Qianshan in 5 seconds. Unfortunately, no matter how fast he was, he couldn't compare to Wu Qianshan's suicide. At this time, Yi Xian's gaze quickly fell on Wu Qianshan's younger brother, Wu Qianshui. Rip. Another crisp sound rang out. Wu Qianshui also committed suicide. The outcome was decided. Right now, the Wu family no longer had a 5th-level Fulfillment Realm expert. Forefather. When Wu Junying and the others saw the 2 heads, they immediately shouted. 2 patriarchs had fallen, which meant that the rest of them would definitely die as well. After all, the Liu family would never let these threats go. All fulfillment realm experts must die. Follow the forefather. Suddenly, someone shouted. A Wu family expert also swung his sword and committed suicide. Liu family, we will abide by the agreement. Son, father will take his leave first. See you in the next life. The Wu family experts committed suicide one after another. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood poured down like rain. Inside the Green Sun Sword sect, blood flowed like rivers. In the blink of an eye, the Wu family only had 30 fulfillment realm experts left. Almost all of them were young geniuses. They were afraid of death, so they didn't attack. Besides them, there was also the group of underworld assassins controlled by Yi Xian and some Wu family members. The Liu family didn't chase after them. They just surrounded them. As for the group of assassins, they had already fled far away. After them, we can't let those assassins go. Liu Heng came to his senses and immediately shouted. Although the assassins were hired, they had killed some Liu family members. Naturally, the Liu family wouldn't let them go. Immediately, the 4th-level fulfillment realm experts of the Liu family all gave chase. The battle was over. However, before this, Yi Xian had already taken Wu Qianshan and Wu Qianshui's universe rings and earned more than 100,000 fulfillment pills. At this time, the whole place was silent. The surrounding disciples of the Azure Yang Sword sect all held their breaths. In the Qingyang Sword sect, all the disciples had gathered around. There were more than 20,000 of them. They all knew that from now on, there would be no more Wu clan in the Qingyang Sword sect, only the Liu clan. The future sect master would also be a member of the Liu clan. Although a large number of the Wu family members had committed suicide, there were still a few high-ranking members of the Wu family who were still alive, including the sect master of the Qingyang Sword sect, Wu Juning. The winner takes all. Today, my Wu clan has lost. Wu Juning knelt on the ground and said to Lu Tiangong, Lu Tiangong, do you still remember the promise the ancestor made to you? Don't worry, my Liu family won't kill you all. Lu Tiangong nodded. All right, then I'm relieved. Wu Juning nodded and said, however, there's one thing I don't understand. Why did my Wu family lose today? After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian and the other two. Without them, the Wu clan definitely wouldn't have lost this battle. Following Wu Juning's gaze, the gazes of over 20,000 people immediately gathered on Yi Xian's trio. Among them, Yi Xian was still wearing the Liu family's uniform. I'm not a member of the Liu family. I'm just here to look for someone, Yi Xian said with a grin. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people were all shocked. Looking for someone. And then coincidentally stumbled upon this battle. Should they say that the Wu clan was unlucky, or that the Liu clan was lucky? Many people were also guessing in their hearts who Yi Xian was looking for. At this moment, Lu Tiangong said, Kid, you're here to seek revenge, right? From Luoluo and the twin dragons of ice and fire, he already knew that Yi Xian was the one who escaped that day. That's right. Yi Xian nodded and took off his disguise mask, revealing his true face, and said, You almost killed me that day. Today, I'm here to seek revenge. However, I don't want you to die at the hands of others, so I helped a little. Boom. Hearing this, Wu Juning and the others couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Although the person Yi Xian was looking for was Lu Tiangong, there was a grudge between them. Yi Xian wanted to kill Lu Tiangong with his own hands, so he helped the Liu clan. It seemed that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Wu clan. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Are you going to act now? Lu Tiangong narrowed his eyes. Not for now. You can deal with your clan first. Yi Xian shook his head and said, "All right." Lu Tiangong ignored Yi Xian and turned to look at Wu Junying. The Wu clan still had a few Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners left, so they had to be dealt with. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. At this time, Wu Junying suddenly stood up and turned to look at the group of Wu clan young geniuses. "Clan master, no, don't, I don't want to die, uncle, let me go, father, what are you doing, father?" Wu Junying's sons were among these young geniuses. However, the Lu clan wouldn't let them live. "I'm sorry, you all. Be on your way." Wu Junying sighed and directly swept out with her sword. Slash! 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 With Wu Junying's 4th level Fulfillment Realm cultivation, she beheaded more than 20 people with a single swing of her sword. Then, she killed everyone with another swing of her sword. "Let's go too." Beside Wu Junying, Wu Yong also raised his hand and slit his own throat. Wu Junying also committed suicide without another word. Now, other than the Wu clan members under Luoluo's control, the Lu clan no longer had any Fulfillment Realm martial practitioners. However, the sounds didn't stop. Slash! 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 After receiving Yi Xian's orders, Luoluo also ordered the charmed Wu clan members to commit suicide. Yi Xian needed to test something. As expected, the Wu clan members who committed suicide also had killing intent points because they were under Luoluo's control, and Luoluo was Yi Xian's slave. Yi Xian had killing intent points for the people they killed. When they committed suicide, Yi Xian also had killing intent points. Now, there wasn't a single Fulfillment Realm Wu clan member in the Green Sun Sword sect. Of course, there were still some outside. Yi Xian used the power of all creations to gather these people's universe rings. This wasn't a small sum. 300,000. Yi Xian obtained 300,000 fulfillment pills from this battle, and this didn't include the 100,000 Lu Tiangong gave to the old tree. "Uncle, this little fox is my target," Lu Tiangong suddenly said in a small voice. Previously, Lu Tiangong received orders to rescue the Xianming duo demons and escort them for a while. Lu Hing also knew about this because the person who gave the order to Lu Tiangong was also a member of the Lu clan. "As long as we capture her, we can get a fragmented divine ability." Lu Hing asked softly. Fragmented divine ability. That little fox was worth a fragmented divine ability. A fragmentation divine ability was a fragmentation realm martial practitioner's divine ability. If they could obtain it, even if they could only use it once in a short period of time, they would be able to dominate.